Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, captains of the industry, all the delegates of the FinTERACT 2021, all the members from the project management group of the FinBlue Governing Council members, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the last day of the FinTERACT 2021. I hope this was a wonderful 3-day event which you have enjoyed. You have interacted with the global FinTech leaders. You have understood the ecosystem of the FinTech, which they have explained to you over a period of time. Today, we have assembled today here to launch the Pitch Fest, and the valedictory session also will be going on with that. We have the dignitaries with us today. We have actually collected the stars from the FinBlue galaxy today with us. We are having Dr. Onkar Rai, Director General of STPI, Shri Devesh Tyagi ji, Senior Director STPI, Shri Subodh Sachan, Director STPI Headquarter, Shri Mahesh Ramachandran, FinTech Leadership Council member of the FinBlue, and we are going to be joined very soon by Professor Dr. Kamakoti, very soon from who's the professor in IIT Madras. I'm also having my colleague Mr. Yuvraj Manoran, who is the CEO of the FinBlue. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Onkar Rai, Director General STPI, and Shri Devesh Tyagi ji, Senior Director STPI, Shri Subodh Sachan, Director STPI and the CEO STPI Next, Shri Mahesh Ramachandran, and Professor Kamakoti, who is a professor in IIT. And I also welcome all the media members and all the delegates which are seeing this program. As I told you, that this is a pitch fest wherein we are trying to invite the startup ecosystem startups, new aspiring fintech startups to join this program. And today, actually, we all on this screen will be pitching you why you should join the FinBlue program. All these people are involved from the day one in designing this program, in implementing this program and putting the things together. And these are all the architect of this program. So I would be requesting all of them. I will be inviting them one by one, and I will listen them, and they will pitch in front of you that what are those hallmarks of the FinBlue program. You have already witnessed in the inaugural session, in the presence of the Honorable Director General, that the FinBlue Sandbox have been launched and the FinBlue Marketplace have been launched. What value addition these two things are going to do to this program, that shall also be discussed during this session. Professor Kamakoti, who was the chairman of the Sandbox Committee, he himself will be telling you that what are the features of this sandbox and why, what will happen if once you will test your products through this sandbox. I knew that there are certain data which has been given by the stalwarts in the Singapore FinTech Authority and Singapore, which tells us that those FinTech startups who have tested their product through a sandbox environment, probably their valuation has gone up. These are the proven data which is available in the FinTech ecosystem. So these are the few things which we have brought in, and we will be hearing from the experts that what is the hallmarks of the FinBlue program and why this ecosystem will definitely help them to accelerate. They will help you to innovate, and they will help you in the go-to-the-market strategy. So on this note, I would like to invite Shri Subodh Sachan, who is the Director, the Startup and the Innovation Promotion STPI HQ. He's also the Managing Director and the CEO of the STPI Next initiative. He's also the member of the PMG FinBlue, and he's also the member of the Governing Council of the FinBlue. So that is the more connect with the Subodh Sachan we have. He is, as I told you, that holding several positions in STPI, and before that he has been in the industry. He has come to the STPI with a lot of experience from the private sector. He's an alumni of the IIT Roorkee and IIM Bangalore. And I hope that his leadership and his guidance will definitely take the FinBlue to the next level. I invite Mr. Subodh Sachan to kindly give us a special address.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi ji, my senior and fellow colleague, Director STPI Chennai, on respected Director General Dr. Onkar Rai, respected Shri Devesh Tyagi ji, Senior Director STPI, all our colleagues from FinBlue, especially Shri Mahesh Ramachandran ji, Professor Kamakoti is joining soon. And also Yuvraj Manoharan, who's Chief Operating Officer in FinBlue. It's a matter of an honor and privilege to be present on this third day of FinTERACT 2021, a global conference which has been running successfully in the last 2 days. I think last 2 days has seen 7 very, very good sessions from 20 global leaders. I think that was the precise reason why FinTERACT was organized, to bring all global leaders, and it has been very successful from that angle already. Today on the third day, this is our first session, which is a validatory session, also launch of Pitch Fest. And with this Pitch Fest, as Dr. Sanjay Tyagi just said, it's a call for applications, call for all budding entrepreneurs in the fintech space, come and join the FinBlue program. Friends, as you may already be aware, STPI has taken up several initiatives, right, focus on the startups entrepreneurship today across emerging technologies, whether it's fintech, whether it's IoT, whether it's blockchain, whether it is big data, whether it is computer vision, AI, AR, VR. I think we are on a journey to establish very pan-India biggest startup ecosystem within STPI, and this ecosystem has already created a huge amount of momentum within this emerging technology sector. This Pitch Fest program, which is getting launched today in FinBlue, is actually 24th such open challenge program, which has already been initiated from our 13 center of excellences, which have been made operational last, I'll say last 1 year or so. Across these various challenges programs, once you join in, once you apply to this FinBlue program, you will become one of the privileged member of STPI startup family. Today, STPI startup family is already has 228 startups already been selected across various center of excellences, including FinBlue. Today, this activity of across COEs, we have built a huge network of mentors. We already are very well supported in FinBlue by Sri Arun Janji, who is a chief mentor there, Sri Maheshji, who is also one of the mentors, and also investors. And across each center of excellences, we have built in huge network of mentors already. I'm happy to share that today we are 150 plus mentors already onboarded into our various center of excellence programs, and these mentors are available to each and every startup which comes and joins our program, including FinBlue. Today, as we have seen, and I think year 2020 was year of uncertainties. Obviously, the global pandemic has accelerated certain technologies, and one of the biggest acceleration which has been seen is digital transformation. Today, digital transformation is happening across each segment, and fintech is not untouched. Fintech as a segment has been witnessing digital transformation. The reason being, the government of India has taken a huge push in terms of digital payments. In fact, the digital payment ecosystem has, in the financial year 2019-20, has been touching around 35 billion transactions and worth 1623 trillion Indian rupees. And that's a huge push which the government of India has already created. And what COVID and pandemic has resulted in further digital transformation. And fintech is a particular industry, one industry where we are going to see, and we are already witnessing huge momentum in terms of the digital transformation, adoption of digital technologies across the BFSI sector. Today, if I have to see in terms of the fintech market, globally, India is already a fourth biggest, largest market in terms of fintech adoption already, for the fintech solutions. Today, the fintech startup ecosystem in India is when last counted was around 2,100 startups, and these 2,100 startups across lending space, across payment space, across regulatory tech, across insurance tech. I think they are spread across, but majority of the startups are coming from payments and lending space, and that's we look forward. Probably the spectrum may change. However, what we look forward is that some of you will actually given this new normal, will probably pivot new solutions around the new opportunity which will emerge. So with that, we are looking forward to have all of you, come on board on this FinBlue program, especially in the fintech. Fintech is a very specialized, industry sector where a lot of confluence, a lot of technology is already happening, whether it is AI, whether it is machine learning. I think today, whether it is conversational banking, which is a new norm, because today when we talk about Gen Y and Gen Z as a new consumers, we are adopting the banking itself, the sector itself, whether it's banking, whether it is lending, whether it is, even the peer-to-peer assessment of your risk profiles. I think all that across every segment, various technologies are playing role. Probably AI and ML is playing a very big role. So we look forward to all the startups which are working, within the spectrum of AI technology, ML technology, and when you are joining the FinBlue program, actually you're joining a bigger umbrella of other center of excellences which STPI established. So probably once you're in the program, you might be able to get a lot of advantages and a lot of benefit when you are in the FinBlue program. However, if there is any intervention required from any other center of excellences, which are probably technology focused, like AI or ML or CV, or other like AR, VR focused, right, which are spread across in Bhubaneswar, Hyderabad, Bangalore, I think all these COEs, their mentor pool, their ecosystem will come forward your way to ensure that your success is coming your way as you desire to. What we look forward to in the startups, I think that's also very important to understand. When we look forward as a team, when we sit together as a member in the PMG, as a member in the selection committee, across the board, we have, probably unanimous understanding that a startup must be driven by a passionate team. There has to be a strong and passionate team. And I'm sure, you guys apply will look forward to that angle. When you're looking into, when as a team, you have already developed you're bonding as a team, what you have to understand is and deliver also real solutions to the real problems, and having some early traction and some kind of pilots with some kind of customers, right? That is also important, because once there is an early validation, I think that's what will be weighing in favor of you when we evaluate your applications. While the market size, where the potential opportunities are important parameters which will also be looked upon, but it's important to have, if you are in a crowded market, it's also important to have a differentiation, and also important to have a competitive advantages. I think these are the broadly 4 or 5 parameters we will look forward to in each of the startups. As it has been always said, today we are launching this pitch, and our Director General, Dr. Omkar Rai, will launch a pitch test program. But what's more important to understand, from today for the next 3 weeks or 4 weeks while this program is open, there is an ample amount of time which is available to each of the startups really to look upon their business plan, their proposal, and submit that. As I think has been famously said by Abraham Lincoln, if I had 9 hours, to chop down a tree, I would spend the first 6 hours in, sharpening my axe. So I think with that motto, because now is a time, I think all of you should look into all the startups, all and budding entrepreneurs who are listening to us through this program, and probably will listen to us through the follow-up of these programs, are requested to please look into their business plan, sharpen your business plan, submit it onto the FinBlue portal, which is going to be launched today. The Pitch Fest program which will be launched today, and I'm sure the FinBlue is actually giving you the opportunity to ensure that your planning meets a success, right? So that's the opportunity which FinBlue is bringing. So with that note, thank you, and again, once again, I request all our startups to make use of the facility which is being created, the sandbox, which I'm sure will be heard further by Professor Kamakoti, the pool of very dedicated and good quality mentors, and the community of investors like Mahesh and others. I think this is the place, if you are a fintech startup, and I think this is the place where you want to be in. So with that note, thank you, and again, I look forward to having you on board on the program soon. Over to you, Sanjay ji.
Thank you, Mr. Subodh Sachan, for giving me the first pitch to my startups, fintech startups, that why they should not join the FinBlue program. You have rightly said that not only they will be the part of the FinBlue program, but they will be also the part of those 21 plus domain on which STPI next is setting up the Center of Excellences in the country, and wherein a pool of the mentors, not only in the fintech, but in the other domain also shall be available to all these fintech startups which will join this program. And you are rightly said that we are the 4th biggest market in the world, and we are having some 2,174 fintech startups which are operating right now. And the investment which has come in last 3 years cumulatively have gone as high as 70 billion. So this shows that the fintech ecosystem of India is able to attract the best of the investment from the world, and the best of the talent is coming in India and setting up their operations, because India have a distinct advantage of providing scale to the fintech startups. We are having a beautiful financial services sector, banks availability, and the government trust, digital trust on the financial inclusion of the citizen of India have actually given a lot of hope for the fintech startups to flourish in India. On this note, I would like to bring in another stalwarts of the FinBlue program who was there with us from the day one, and who has actually, a true architect of this program, who has helped us in, brick by brick to design this whole program and helped us to understand this ecosystem. And he is a very important, actually, element of this whole system. And Mr. Mahesh Ramachandran, who's from Pontec, and he's also the member of the Leadership Council of the FinBlue. He's also a Leadership Council in the TIE, and Mr. Ramachandran is a distinguished Sloan Fellow of London Business School. Mahesh is a Leadership Council and Program Management Group member of the FinBlue FinTech Center of Excellence. Mahesh is the founder and the chief mentor of the Commonwealth Inclusive Growth Services Limited, which operates in over 30,000 locations across 27 states in India. It handles over 10,000 crores of the government to citizen benefits every year, servicing over 5 million rural customers. That is the great connect which Mahesh have through this Commonwealth Inclusive Growth Program. Mahesh is a partner of the Pontec Cross-Border Venture Capital Innovation Fund. He's, as you all know, that Pontec is also the partner of the FinBlue as far as providing the seed funding and the VC funding to the FinBlue startups. Mahesh is an angel investor, mentor, independent director, supporting innovative startups and helps build the ecosystem. Mahesh is a member of the Chennai Angels, the Mumbai Angels, Native Angels, and many other angel networks. Mahesh chairs TIE FinTech Special Interest Group and is in the Governing Council of TIE Chennai. Mahesh is also a visiting faculty of the Indian School of Business, National Policy Academy, where he teaches digital transformation, leverages social media, and entrepreneurship. He has done his MBA from the University of the Westminster. I invite Mahesh Ramachandran to kindly give us the special address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi-ji. Dignitaries on the dais, our chief guest, Dr. Omkar Rai-ji, Director General, STPI, Sri Devesh Tyagi-ji, Senior Director, STPI, Sri Shubodh Sachan-ji, STPI, and MD and CEO of STPI Next, who gave us an excellent overview just now. Professor Dr. Kamakodi Virinathan, Associate Dean, IC and SR, IIT Madras, and member National Security Advisory Board. Our beloved Dr. Sanjay Tyagi-ji, with whose inspiration the FinBlue has come to this stage. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi-ji, and our friends from TIE and viewers from across the world. As a Governing Council member of FinBlue, serial and social entrepreneur, angel investor, and venture capitalist, and proponent of FinTech ecosystem, I am pleased to witness the successful FinTERACT event so far. Today, our chief guest, Dr. Omkar Rai-ji, Director General, will be launching the Pitch Fest. I wholeheartedly congratulate all the startup founders for your vision, courage, and conviction. You are very special genre for the simple reason that you have chosen the less charted route of laying the path than the easier option of traveling on the path laid by the predecessors. I have experienced the same thrill of streaking out to start a business several decades ago and went through the grill and reliving it time and again when I engage with startups as mentor and investor. I need not have to come out with anything new apart from quoting just a couple of great poets come visionaries from this part of the country, Tamil Nadu. There is no surprise that our Honorable Prime Minister often quotes from the great works of Mahakavi Bharatiyar and Thiruvalluvar to exhort the young entrepreneurs, men and women, to articulate his vision, Atmanirbhar Bharat. One of the greatest poets of this country, Mahakavi Bharati, calls upon us to that which is bigger than the biggest. Peridinum Peridakel. Aspire to do bigger things. The angel investors and funds like Pontec Cross-Border Innovation Fund are committed to back up and promote all the bright ideas of enthusiastic entrepreneurs through STPI in general and FinBlue FinTech Center of Excellence in particular. It is with this conviction We look forward to investing in such startups that get selected at FinBlue FinTech Center of Excellence. For an investor, ensuring that they make the right investment is important. One of the 6 pillars of FinBlue is VC funding group. The objective of this group, as articulated by Chief Mentor Sri Arun Jain ji and now by Sri Subodh, can be summarized as 5 T's. Thinking of the individual, team, technology, total addressable market, action. The first T, the idea, the spark, the vision to solve something at scale. It matters. The next T is the team. The investors give high priority for the promoter and the core team. The investors typically consider that a great team with simple idea has greater potential than a great idea with mediocre team. Therefore, a great team which can pivot as necessary to adapt to unforeseen circumstances is key, like the COVID pandemic situation. The investors also attach much importance to the level of comfort they have with the promoter and the core team. The saying in the investors circle goes like this: if chemistry works, then the math can be made to work. The next T is technology. Today, it is not possible to separate a business and technology. Technology is ingrained in the DNA of every business, more so in fintech. It is the financial services enabled by disruptive technology. The next T is traction. It is important to strategize, but even more important is strategy execution. The proof of the pudding is in eating. For investors to believe in your vision, you need to deliver. Deliver in terms of the number of customers using your product, the traction, the transaction volume and value, and how you are monetizing. Do not think about valuation before you demonstrate value proposition. Growing at the cost of profit is not sustainable. Understand the unit economics and contribution margin. And finally, the total addressable market. TAM, or total addressable market, is the potential of the size of opportunity. Take problems that need to be solved globally for inclusive growth. Think about all the 7.6 billion people in the world who needs access to formal financial system. Think financial inclusion. Think about how much potential exists in insurance sector in a country like India. See how your solution can be aligned with sustainable development goals of United Nations. To quote Tirukural, Vellatanaya Malarneetam Mandardam Ullattanayadu Uyarvu. So greatness is proportionate to your aspiration. My best wishes for every one of the startups to do well at the Pitch Fest. You will get not only access to APIs, sandbox, mentorship, cloud credits, you would also actually have access to funding. This is the best launchpad for innovative startups who are looking to scale globally. We look forward to welcoming deserving startups to be part of this prestigious FinBlue FinTech Center of Excellence. In particular, I am looking forward to partnering with the selected startups as mentor, international partner, and an investor. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mahesh, for elaborating the the fintech ecosystem and the funding requirement, and the way these people can actually attract the funding for them, and what are those 5 T's which is required for a fintech startups to, what are the 5 questions which they need to answer to a funding partner, what you are looking for. And as you rightly said that greatness is proportional to their aspirations. If their aspirations are high, they would be able to achieve whatever they have target, and they will automatically attract the ecosystem which is available around them. It is our job that we have to create an ecosystem for them, but then they have to come forward and use it for the good of themselves. So that ecosystem we have already created. The funding is the very important part of this entire ecosystem, and wherein these people have to come forward and show that intent, that aspiration, which will definitely make them entitled for all the funding, all the benefits, all the incentives which has been envisaged for them by the government and by the FinBlue program. So on this note, I would like to invite the another dignitary on the virtual dais, Shri Devesh Tyagi ji, who is the Senior Director of the STPI. He is the Deputy CEO of the STPI. He is also the Vice Chairman of the STPI Next. And he is also the member of the Governing Council of the FinBlue. And he is a source of inspiration for all of us, and he's contributing a lot to all in creating the startup ecosystem in the country. Before I inviting him for speaking, I would like to introduce him. Shri Devesh Tyagiji is the Senior Director of Software Technology Parks of India. He's having more than 25 years of the experience in IT ESDM sector. He has been actively involved in the promotion of the IT ESDM sector and also working for the promotion of the entrepreneurship, innovation, and product creation in the country. He has also been involved in various policy formulation for IT, ESDM, and ESDM sector. Prior to joining STPI, he has worked in NIC in the various capacities. He has a wide range of the experience in the project and the software development. He possesses strong technical capabilities and delivered a lot of remarkable projects during this period. Deveshji has earned his BTech in Computer Science and Engineering from Marathwada University and Master's degree from BITS Pilani. I request Shri Devesh Tyagiji to kindly give us the special address. Sir, you're on mute, sir.
Thank you, Sanjay. Good evening, everybody. Respected Dr. Omkar Rai, Director General STPI, Sri Mahesh Ramachandran, Pontac Leadership Council member and member of FinBlue, Sri Subodh Sachan and Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, my colleagues at STPI, and Sri Yuvraj Manoharan, CEO, FinBlue. I'm privileged to be here and thanks for this opportunity. As we know, over the past couple of years, FinTech has significantly and noticeably disrupted the traditional financial service in many ways. Recently, the COVID-19 pandemic has boosted the financial service industry, but its global impact on people, companies, and the economy is already enormous. We know that financial technology industry is likely to have much potential and opportunities coming near future. If we summarize in past, the factors like increase in smartphone penetration, affordable data access, support of government initiatives, aggressive investor funding, and day-by-day growing financial inclusion has given tremendous boost to financial industry across the country. During this period, we were able to almost roll out and stabilize mobile banking, wearable banking, touch-free banking, and and other such facilities. A lot of work is still to be done. We have to work in the field of rolling out the services like distributed ledgers for payments, artificial intelligence, wealth management, disaggregated APIs, virtual bank branches, omni-channel marketing, and many other such value-added services. The financial industry remained strong by 2020, but it's also making further stronger by making itself ready for the next big things. And the futuritive initiative like FinBlue, which my organization has taken, is playing a lead role in that. I am proud to be associated with this particular initiative of my organization. I foresee various driving forces that shall provide immense opportunity in the area of personalization of services, digital banking, cyber security, data analysis, apart from other collaborative activities that can be undertaken by fintech companies. I will just give some details of these services and the opportunities therein, which the fintech technology presents. Personalization is the first thing which comes to our mind if we go to the fintech industry nowadays. Fintech's financial services need to turn to personalized and intelligent services for sales, marketing, and many other such areas. In the financial sector, customers embrace new products based on their experience in the online commerce today. They even replace the old product when there is a new and improved product in the market. While the COVID-19 report has made a significant impact on financial services such as timelines, the focus has now quickly turned to what is immediately required, and then what we call it as just what is necessary. And I am told that the startup are willing to undertake these challenges. They had confidence and they are willing to deliver at the stroke in a very less time the requirement of the industry. So I am confident that the startup will definitely see an opportunity in personalization aspect of the fintech. So by personalization, what we had achieved or what is the opportunity? The personalization gives customer satisfaction, which is the major driver behind the adoption of digital transformation. Satisfied customer will purchase the product and services. When we think of personalization, the more personalization happens, the more data will come to the bank. And then when the more data the bank will receive, the more they can predict the future customer behavior. This is what gives the bank the power to give or to be precise in their marketing. Another thing which is coming up in fintech technology under personalization is voice assistants. The use of voice assistant on mobile phone for banking is becoming more and more common and can be used for gathering a great amount of data and which are tailored to the individual customer. So that will also going to help. Another thing which fintech industry is happening is they are getting into the collaborative activities by the fintech companies. It is clear trend that the fintech companies will continue to look to build relationships with the financial institutions. Finance and industry that is now slightly established is also seen as a huge disruptor. Startup has come up with innovative approaches and products to effectively address pain points or problems that older system either could not address or was slow to address. Banks and other financial institutions has acquired some of these emerging technology companies and established partnership to leverage their technologies. This has expanded their customer base tremendously. Recently, fintech industry has planned that they will continue to stick together and create more such collaboration with each other. So there lies an opportunity. It is sense that companies that will deal with the employee benefit, insurance and other regulatory processes will continuously face regulatory shift, and there lies the opportunity. This gives an advantage to the startup to get into the system and build this type of services for the fintech industry. It is envisaged that a new regulation shall be promoting to data networking access, and many institutions like European Second Payment Service Directive and GoBank, which are one of the companies that will be participating in open banking platforms to facilitate an integrated view of all the customers' financial account. And this will give a huge opportunity to the startup. Another area which I foresee is the cyber security area. As we all know, fundamental cyber security skills are extremely important across the industry. With such sensitive data associated, the financial services and insurance industries are in high need of a compliant solution to their problems. Strategic cyber security is poised to disrupt traditional financial services endeavors over the next decade. A very reputed digital transformation survey. So the region for growth we can envisage in cybersecurity is that recently a very reputed digital transformation survey emphasizes that 70% of banking and insurance companies are intending to enhance their investment in cybersecurity during 2021. And 30% out of these, the person who was surveyed thought that it will be the highest information technology challenge they face during next year in even times to come. Another opportunity that fintech area presents is in data and its analysis. The data and analytics industry, as we all know, is getting much more advanced over the past few years. This has made their services even important to the enterprises. The use of analytics, machine learning, and artificial intelligence has the potential to decrease cost and increase revenue, which is very much required. This can also accelerate the innovation. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it has been shown that decision based on the computer process data can greatly help in risk mitigation. This is one of the very big requirement for the fintech countries. Recent studies, what we can envisage, what we can do in area of data processing is that recent studies have shown that expanding ML and AI applications will be the core driver for adoption of big data analytics, particularly in banking sector for the not only government but also for the retail and healthcare sectors. We all know that as per the projections, the big data analytics shall be of the value of $43 billion by 2025. So here lies a big opportunity for our startup in the fintech area. And the last thing which I feel will make a huge change is the digital banking. Digital banking has been a significant sector of the fintech industry, and digit-only banks are poised to grow in 2021. Digital banking is nothing new. We are using mobile apps to the bank as a regular practice. For example, what we can see from the global, that the digit-only approach is seen in some of the biggest fintech companies across the globe. The Chime, which is one of the company in US, is now currently the most valuable American fintech at 14.5 billion. As a result of COVID-19 pandemic, when people are having to stay home, social distancing was the new norm, bank branches were closed, digital bank growth has accelerated. A leading bank witnessed 47% of its sales from digital channels compared to 29%, which was in second quarter of 2019. So this is the type of effect the digital banking is bringing to this. And where lies the opportunity in digital banking? Digital banking is used to make customer onboarding simpler for both user and employee, and there lies a huge opportunity. Our startup can work in this field to make the customer onboarding simpler and process oriented. Better offering and lower fees can be offered to the company for the banking, because without the branches, the banks will be able to offer these services at a very low cost or no cost options. So what lies ahead? The experience with COVID-19 has given banks a unique opportunity to refocus and build up trust, ultimately leading to loyalty from their customers. The companies that has embedded themselves in the lifestyle of their customer and as a part of the continued transformation, they will serve through different channels and technologies. Technology that can offer AI, advanced analytics, and highly sophisticated system that can act as early as possible to respond to market categories will enable a seamless product experience for the customer. I would like to conclude by saying that, or by assuring that all of you, that STPI is fully aware of the trend and technology shift and that has been taken place, or they are taking place in the fintech technology, and accordingly, we have worked out futuristic requirement of associated startup and fintech companies. This has resulting in envisaging and putting in place a fantastic responsive ecosystem in form of FinBlue to enable one and all in grabbing the opportunity as brought out before in my address. Apart from this, and more importantly, a team of professional mentors led by none other than Sri Arun Jain awaits you. In the end, I will call upon all the stakeholders to join hand with us in establishing FinBlue as synonym of fintech. I would extend my thanks to one and all for affording me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Over to Sanjay.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful address. You have rightly said that the time has come for providing the personalized and the intelligent services by the banks, which has resulted into the customer satisfaction and the outreach of the banks to their customer. This has also resulted in creating a lot of data availability, and this has actually helped the banks for creating and finding out the credit worthiness for their customers, as an individual, as an enterprise. As you rightly said, that the collaborative environment is being appreciated. I can quote you, sir, that one of the survey have shown that CIOs of the 60 to 70% all biggest financial services sector have said that we would like to work in a lot of collaboration with the fintech startups. Fintech startups are not competition for us. Actually, it's a collaborative environment in which they want to work, which is helping them to outreach to their customers and helping them to give them a lot of satisfaction. You rightly said, sir, there is a security and the scale is the problem in the fintech. And these are the two things which we have taken as one of the objectives of the FinBlue. We will be trying to address these issues of the security and the scale through the fintech startups, and we are encouraging to work with these problem statements. You are rightly said, sir, that the AI, ML, and through the data analytics, there is a lot of knowledge and a lot of information which will come to the banking sector and which will help them to create a lot of solutions for the financial services sector. Digital transformation, digital adoption have reached to the roof in these last 9 very tough months. Though we were having a very tough time because of the COVID, but I am very glad to tell you, sir, that the fintech adoption rate in our country has gone as high as 90%, and we have leapfrogged 5 years, ahead in these times. So probably we have got not only we have got a digital push, but we have got another push which is helping us to adopt all the fence sitters, whether they are individual or the enterprises. Now they are looking towards the digital transformation, and probably the digital transformation is the new norm. So on this note, sir, I would like to invite the next speaker, Professor Dr. Kamakoti. He is the Associate Dean, IC and SR, IIT Madras, member, National Security Advisor Board. Before I invite him, I would like to read his brief profile. Mr. Kamakoti is Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Madras. He was also the chairman of the Artificial Intelligence Task Force constituted by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. He specializes in the area of the computer architect, information security, and VLSI design. He also heads the microprocessor development program and the information security education and awareness program funded by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Dr. V. Kamakoti received the MS degree and the PhD degree in computer science and engineering from IIT Madras, Chennai, India. He is currently a professor with the Department of Computer Science and Engineering and Associate Dean at ICSR IIT Madras. I would request, he's also the member of the project management group of FinBlue. He's also leading the sandbox committee of the FinBlue, and he has played a major role in designing the sandbox for the FinBlue and contributing certain tools, design monitoring tools, and the data analytics tool, which he has developed. Under his guidance, these two tools have been developed. He has dedicated these tools towards the FinBlue program, and I welcome him on behalf of the FinBlue, and kindly I request Mr. Professor Kamakoti to kindly give us this special address.
Yeah, I just need permission to share my screen. You can just go to security.
So that can we give him the permission for the sharing?
The host can give me, whoever is the host. There is something called security, and this you should just click and say allow multiple participants to share the screen. That's all. I think one Siddharth is the host.
Sir, you can share your screen right now.
Good. Thank you very much. tool, which we call it as Apido, which is free. It is available at zero cost in the sandbox. And as a part of our FinBlue initiative from IIT Madras, we will be giving several trainings free of cost again to all of you to use it with demos, which you can take back and start using it. This can allow thousands of concurrent users. And essentially, this can go and pinpoint bottlenecks at the code, even at the structured code language level. And you can monitor everything. It's not just that I could monitor some traffic, I can't monitor some other traffic. And we can also monitor invisible backend log files. And in essence, this also gives you very powerful dashboards, SLAs, and from which you can configure many of the service level agreement that you have put with any vendor and say whether there is a failure of SLA, and you can actually take corrective actions and also alerts. And this also, the tool is also now intelligent enough to provide some tuning suggestions. We have done in many government projects at very, very low cost, and this has basically been a very tremendous success. I can't tell you the platform for confidential reasons. Of late, we have crossed 2.6 billion records with 40,000 concurrent users, very successfully done, right? And this is at zero cost and zero training, and you can come. And then there are also, we have also trained many startups who can come and give it as a service at a very good cost, right? And some of the important things that when you develop a software and you're going out, is that you have to look at memory usage, because that is very important. You have to look at active connections. You have to look at sessions. So many such interesting parameters comes at very, very low cost. And that is what you get when you subscribe to FinBlue and use our sandboxes. So then the other important thing is that we have done a lot of analytics that we could do. This is the power of open source on ATM analytics. For example, within 15 minutes, we was able to basically taking ATM data. We have this complete stack. This is the next part. After you finish, after we give you a very nice performance monitoring tool, this is something that we can do from the analytics side. We also give you an open source data analytics stack, right? Where we can do the ATM. This is one simple ATM analytics, but this whole dashboard was actually configured within 1 hour, right? This is the power of this tool. And we can do a lot of things. Like, for example, we did something for ATM. How many, in the last 6 months, how many withdrawal has come, which was increasing, day-wise, how it happened. In a particular ATM, how many ATM cards are there where you have email missing, how we have mobile number missing, PAN missing. So many things that we were able to collect just by looking at the database and just understanding the field, just positioning the field and shooting this dashboard, we were able to get this complete analytics, right? And this is also work on a huge amount of data, and we have several open source bus like Kafka and other things which are part of this. And we challenge some of the contemporary tools for which you pay crores of money essentially to put the same bar charts. And we give you the same colorful bar charts at zero cost as a part of the sandbox. And that is our biggest contribution to this. Now, data is everywhere, right? And this basically gives you a couple of case studies of how we can use our stack for this thing. So you could have admin screens. We have used standard things like AngularJS and Bootstrap for this. We have web server collectors. We have used Tomcat. We have Hadoop clusters put in, to which we can feed in machine learning routines. You can do some sort of AI-based analytics also there. And we have high-speed Presto queries that can go down to the Hadoop clusters, and we have these analytic dashboards. I'm just dropping all these names to just tell you that this is not some old stack, very contemporary stack. On the other data, we have all the OLTP adapters from which you can basically extract data, and very good Java routines where you can do near real-time loading of these data extracts onto the Hadoop cluster. And these data can come from multiple sources, including your point of sales terminal, your card, or your ERP or your website data. And there can be a very strong fusion that you can do. So we have done a sort of what you see on the left-hand side is something that we have done. And these type of things can be done at zero cost after you take our training, and you can configure this in a most reliable fashion. This can work, and this can be an excellent decision-making stuff. The same thing on the right-hand side. Again, we can see that the sensor now looking at sort of your IoT type of stuff, where you have many data. It need not be just on your financial side. It can also be on your other type of industry 4 type of applications, where you are collecting a lot of data, like your GPS data, even in, for example, in your cash management system, where you are trying to deploy across multiple ATMs, you may have to monitor GPS when there is a cash in transition, or or any sort of vehicle movement that you would like to track, even in the financial sector. And these are some very interesting things. And today, one of the biggest saving is in your ATMs. You would like to attract more customers. People put temperature sensors, and how to manage the ACs and actually control the AC deployment with temperature, control AC with people who enter. We don't go whole night with the external temperature, reduce the cut off the compressor. So many things. Just with energy management in your ATM, you can do quite a bit of data work, and that is what you can still do as a part of this. So what we are saying is this is a robust stack which can be used for both the fintech and also for other peripheral activities that can be part of your fintech. And you can also have your sister concerns. You can make multiple startups. One startup actually looking at some other type of cyber physical system. So this is something which is very exciting about the free data analytics stack. So there we introduce you the Data Libre. So the Data Libre is our open source data analytics stack, where we have high-speed data ingestion. We have sources of very powerful dashboards. We need not go and buy the 2 crore tool anymore. We have scaled to petabytes, right? We have scaled to petabytes now, and we have very, very strong interfaces where we can do ML and AI type of interventions very quickly and make certain decision making and put them on the dashboard, right? So large scale data analytics system design is actually possible. We have done multiple things, and these can be done in very short duration just by a lot of plug and play. And this is what the dashboard can give you. So what is in it for startups here? When you come to FinBlue and start using our dashboards, we give you independence. That's the best thing, right? You need not feel dependent upon any vendor. You will have your own independence until at least you go and do a POC. You need not invest a lot of money. This is all going to be there for you. And so you get experts from IIT Madras. We will come to mentor you. We give you a lot of courses, and we get the best of breed open source tools. We have been continuously upgrading this Data Libre stack. So again, a financial institution, City Union Bank, has been funding this under their CSR activity to make it open. So I just acknowledge their contribution to here. So we get the best of breed open source tools, and we give you free training on this, both the performance monitoring and analytics. And we teach you how to configure these things to your needs, right? The thing is that there is a generic framework. How quickly can you customize to address your needs, and how get visibility through our network? We will also say that, yeah, here is a startup who can do this, and we will help you promote this Data Libre, your own product, which you have built on top of these stacks. And you get performance tested by experts at no cost. And that is very important as a part of this journey. And this is something why you should come to FinBlue and start using this sandbox. So dataliberate.org.in is the sandbox. I welcome all of you. You have the two most eyes. So I say these are the eyes of any startup, right? One is basically that you can start looking at your performance monitoring, which is very, very important. You go and deploy a tool to your customer and it hangs when it spawns, say, some 10 queries. That is the end of you. But that is something that you can now avoid, and you can do advanced monitoring. And the second thing is the extremely important data analytics stack and the power of integrating ML and AI to make it very intelligent. And these two comes at zero cost when you come to FinBlue and be part of our big revolution. I thank Sanjay Tyagiji for giving me this very good opportunity, and I hope I have made something that would be of interest to you. I look forward to working with all startups and see that India leads the fintech world very quickly, and we dictate what should be the software for the next generation financial world. Thank you very much. I open myself for any questions.
Thank you, Professor Kamavati. That was this wonderful presentation. I hope the contribution of these two, software to the sandbox actually makes it a production-grade sandbox. Apart from the APIs which we had from the, from the Intellect Design, from the NPCI, from the different banks, these two tools have actually contribute a lot for making our sandbox a production-grade sandbox, a industry sandbox. And if we add the regulatory aspect also to this, then this sandbox will be a complete in itself. So I think thank you very much, sir, for the great contribution. And I hope that you will keep on heading this committee of the sandbox and keep on advising us for what value addition we should do to the sandbox in future. And a lot of training is required for all the startups. And I will be coming back to you again and again for your kind help. Thank you, Professor Kamakoti, for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So time has come for which we all were waiting, and thank you very much for the dignitaries all over here. Our chief guest, Dr. Omkar Rai, Director General of STPI, shall be launching the Pitch Fest. I would be requesting with the folded hands to the dignitary to kindly launch the Pitch Fest by pressing the button on their screen. Thank you very much, sir, for launching the Pitch Fest today. And I know this will reach out to all the startup ecosystem, and they will be joining. Before inviting Dr. Rai to address us, I would like to read his profile. Dr. Omkar Rai is the Director General of STPI, which is the premier government organization working for the promotion of the IT, ITES, ESDM industry in India. Dr. Rai has contributed immensely in repositioning STPI with focus on innovation and dispersal of IT ESDM industry beyond metros. He brings 30 years of the experience in IT ESDM sector, having unique distinction of working very closely with the government and the IT ESDM industry. He has been instrumental in formulating an appropriate interface among industry, academia, and the IT industry. He is working for the formulation of incubation program and center of excellences of IT SDM sector to promote startups, entrepreneurship, innovation, and software product creation in the country. Prior to joining STPI, Dr. Rai have served in NIC in various capacities. He is serving as the chairman, AIC STPI Next, and director on the board of the directors of the MTNL STPI, Haryana State Electronics Development Corporation Limited. He has been contributing immensely in shaping up programs and policies of these entities. He is the member of the board of the governance of IIIT, University of Bhubaneswar, and the executive council of Shri Vishwakarma Skill University. He is also the member of the standing committee of the council of the IIITs and coordination forum of IIITs of MHRD, Government of India. He is also the chairman of the IT and ITS sectional committee of Bureau of Indian Standards. Dr. Rai has led several delegations of the IT, ITS, ESDM industry to the industry and the innovation centers of the world for his enormous contribution towards exemplifying the vision of Mahamana Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya in public fora. BHU has conferred the Distinguished Alumnus Award on Dr. Rai for his outstanding contribution in bringing transformative changes in IT industry. GLN University has conferred the DST on Dr. Rai, and Indian Express Group has also conferred the Digital Icon Award on Dr. Rai. Dr. Rai has been educated in Banaras Hindu University, from where he earned his bachelor's, master's, and PhD in statistics. May I request Dr. Rai to kindly give us the inaugural address.
Thanks, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, for this generous introduction. The dignitaries on this virtual dais, Professor V. Kamakoti, IIT Madras, Shri Mahesh Ramchandran Pontek, Leadership Council member and member of FinBlue Governing Council, my colleague Shri Devesh Tyagi, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi himself, Shri Subodh Sachan, the Chief Operating Officer of FinBlue, newly joined Shri Juvaraj Manoharan, other participants in this FinTERACT valedictory and the participants in second season of FinBlue Pitch Fest 2021. It gives me immense pleasure to be here, and I am very grateful. I have just witnessed the kind of work that has been done by FinBlue team in realizing the vision that we had together a few years before. For all those participants who are yet to know the background of this FinBlue initiative, endeavor, they would be very happy that this is an ongoing journey. It started with the ideation in collaborative manner a few years before. And STPI, known for its industry-friendly endeavors, collected few interested people and came up with an idea of creating a center of excellence in financial technology in Chennai. I'm very glad that to inform the participants, the attendants, that we have been able to work with 14 partners so far. and a very beautiful center of excellence named as FinBlue has become a reality now. This is the second season, and I have seen a great transformation in FinBlue over last 1 year. When we started with these partners, we had our first season, and we have also selected a number of startups who are onboarded or are associated with FinBlue Center of Excellence. But most importantly, I must like to assure those upcoming budding entrepreneurs who are trying to work with us that this is the kind of transformational journey that is being undertaken by FinBlue continuously, because the kind of dream they had, the kind of idea they had to make this center of excellence an ideal center of excellence, a center of excellence in true sense. And that is why I would like to say that whether it is a creation of sandbox, regulatory sandbox, with support from IIT Madras, the professor like V. Kamakoti himself who presented about that. And I would also say that I had taken up this matter with Chris Gopal Krishnan, who is heading the sandbox panel of Reserve Bank of India. And he was very glad to know that we have been able to put a sandbox in place. He was not knowing about this, and he was very glad and is very keen to collaborate with this with this sandbox. Those who participated in the FinTERACT 2021 and who also participated in the inaugural ceremony would know that this FinBlue Center of Excellence is also coming up with a maturity, FinBlue maturity model, which would help the startups with respect to maturity certification of their products. This Center of Excellence is working with Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and IT for having this model in place. Those participated know that the Secretary Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Sri Ajay Sahni, was the chief guest of this FinTERACT inaugural ceremony. And he spoke at length his vision about how he is going to, our Government of India is going to make sure that this this sector of technology entrepreneurship, particularly fintech center, is most promising and most important and dear to the Government of India. And therefore, the stakeholders are going to do their best to make sure that the upcoming ideators, young boys and girls who wants to try their ideas and convert their ideas into products around fintech sector, they will be given all sorts of support needed with them. This center of excellence is an ongoing process. It's nothing static. It is very dynamic. And the kind of address my colleagues have given, the kind of knowledge that they have shared, the kind of vision that they have shared, and the kind of outlook that Sri Mahesh Ramachandran has given, who is a very luminary in the field of VC fraternity, and who is associated with right from ideation of this FinTech Center of Excellence. Whether it was any idea behind giving the name to Center of Excellence like FinBlue, or whether charting out the necessities of making the Center of Excellence an excellence in true sense. He himself has been instrumental in all the initiatives that we have taken in this regard. And therefore, whether it is the presentation by Professor Kamakoti, whether it is the vision that has been laid by my colleague Devesh Tyagi, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, and Subodh Sachan, or the kind of interaction that has happened under FinTERACT 2021. I would again like to underline that the FinTERACT 2021 itself is an initiative of FinBlue. This was an idea which was discussed few years before, and I'm very glad that this FinTERACT 2021 has become a reality. Even though we had thought at that point of time that this will be an annual event, physical event, we'll draw the experts from all over the world and will hold it in physical manner. But somehow, because of COVID-19 caused issues, this has become a digital platform. But I must commend the team, the entire FinBlue team, for not forgetting that promise for very obvious and fruitful reason. And they have been able to launch this 3 days FinTERACT. And they have also launched this second season of Pitch Fest to recruit, to screen, to identify certain startups with bright ideas who can be presented, given all sorts of support in Film Center of Excellence, so that they could convert their ideas into product. I must like to share that this FinBlue Center of Excellence is not an isolated center of excellence being created by stakeholders. We have planned 25 center of excellence in collaborative manner, and we have already launched 13 center of excellence. Each and every center of excellence is being run, operated, and managed in collaborative manner with the august hand of professionals drawn from the industry itself. And therefore, we have made it sure that we deliver our promise to make sure that every center of excellence being created by STPI is run, operated, and managed by best of the professional hands available in the market and in the industry. These centers of excellence that we are creating are basically getting networked to each other. As my colleague Sri Subodh Sachan talked about how a center of excellence, a startup selected in FinBlue can leverage from the center of excellence that we are creating in the artificial intelligence arena. And therefore, whether we are creating center of excellence in AI, IoT, data analytics, fintech, blockchain, meditech, animation, visual effect, augmented reality, virtual reality, and so on. So all these center of excellence are actually getting networked, and they are in turn getting networked and connected to the Ministry of Electronics and IT Startup Hub. This MSH, which has been launched by the Government of India, is going to be a gateway to the startups working in centers of excellence of STPI. And they are going to, get connected to a great mentor pool, access to the VCs, capital, and best practices from all across the world. And the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, is working towards that. And therefore, you must know that if you are connected with FinBlue, you are connected with the rest of the world. And without you knowing, the ecosystem in the concerned domain from all across the world is watching you, monitoring you, and looking into you. And you will be not, in case you have a worth, in case you have a great idea, you cannot remain unnoticed. And therefore, this FinTech Center of Excellence, FinBlue, I would say, is not an activity in isolation. It is part of an ongoing, upcoming, ever evolving ecosystem that the Government of India, the industry leaders, stakeholders are putting in place and working very, very continuously. I would say, striving ever to evolve the ecosystem to make sure that the aspiration that you have is met with all sorts of ecosystem infrastructure and access that we are putting in place to you together. STPI aspires to become the largest technology startup ecosystem in this entire country. And we have already marched towards that. We have already launched, as I said, 13 centers of excellence so far. We have planned another 12 centers of excellence. Very soon, they all will be launched. We'll nurture about 2,000 technology startups selected by way of a proper, pitching process, screening process. And I must say that STPI as a culture, it is intrinsic in us that we are a body, a vehicle where we work together with the industry leaders. We are having that in our genes. And therefore, we are the best body, best engine to give a direction, speed and velocity to entire technology startup ecosystem that India has promised to you. And therefore, it's not just a dream to become a technology startup ecosystem leader in this country, but now we have taken tacit initiative and things are being witnessed, seen, and felt on the ground. Still, I would caution my colleagues, my stakeholders, partners, that we have to work hard to deliver the kind of vision, the aspiration that we have. And therefore, we have to work together in same zeal, in the same manner that we have been doing in past. And this is all a collaborative model. It is not the monopoly of STPI. It's a co-owned initiative with industry and industry stakeholders, industry leaders, and partners. And therefore, while I would commend all the partners who are helping and developing this brand FinBlue, but I would also say that this is no limitation. We can work with more partners, more stakeholders in times to come, because this is the culture of STPI. This is the culture we are trying to develop. And therefore, I must say, for all those upcoming people who are trying to join us, that you just come up with your dream and idea. We will deliver you the kind of requirement that you have to convert your dream, your ideation into technology product. And you can be connected to the rest of the world. The government of India, as you know, the Prime Minister of India has given a clarion call for Atmanirbhar Bharat. It's a call for inclusion, whether it is in financial technology sector. We are the leader in digital payment arena. We are a leader in kind of peer-to-peer payment methodology called BHIM or UPI-based technology. And therefore, we are leader in several things. The India stack is growing, and therefore you join India stack, make India stack even bigger and bigger over a period of time. Let us work together. With these few words, I would say that this fintech sector is very promising. Several things have already been said. You know that all these things are so promising, and we have in place the experts who will join hands. As I said, these 14 partners are entity, and we have large number of people who can work with you, and it's very assuring. And I must assure you that anything that you need, you let us know. We'll work together to make it available to you. With these few words, I must commend the FinBlue team for doing a great work in converting this, making this FinTERACT 2021 a reality. For organizing these 3 days, very fruitful session, drawing experts from all across the world. Again, a great work has gone into creation of sandbox. And I must say that the kind of enthusiasm that the team has shown is very, very, encouraging for me. I'm very glad that the whole thing is moving in very right direction. And I must convey my personal gratitude to industry leaders, including Sri Arun Jain, who is not here for some reason, Sri Mahesh Ramachandran, or the leaders from PayPal, RBS, NetWest, or Taurus, Cognizant, BNY, Milan, ICICI, IIT Madras, of course, HDFC, and so many, Intellect Arena, Yes Bank, and NPCI, and so many others, for really working together in very collaborative manner, and ensuring a great fruitful FinBlue, which is going to meet the requirement of budding entrepreneurs in this very sector. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful inaugural address for this valedictory session, as well as the launching of the Pitch Fest. I know, sir, as you said, that FinBlue is an ongoing journey, but it is a very exciting journey, sir. You have put us on this journey. It is the collaborative environment which you have created. You have advised us that we should do it in the collaborative environment, and your idea of choosing an industry leader as the chief mentor is a very, very great idea, and it is helping all of us to move further in this path. You have told us that the IT services, which has been the first flywheel for our country, and which has reached to the $200 billion business in our country, if we have to become a $5 trillion economy, probably the startup ecosystem is the next flywheel. And that is why, sir, you have advised us, guided us for setting up these so many center of excellences in different emerging technologies under your advice, under the partnership with the different industry leaders. And you have advised us that you should be in the partner with the industry, the strong relationship which we have built in with the industry leaders in last 29, 30 years. You said that why don't we should go back and take their help to nurture the startup ecosystem. And that is actually very, very fruitful for all of us, sir. you were kind enough to connect us to Krish Gopalakrishnan, sir. And not only that, you have connected us, but he has actually came back to me and he said that very soon he will be setting up our meeting with the governing council of the iHub, and probably he will be asking us to, give the presentation about the sandbox, and probably he will look into the possible collaboration between the RBI Innovation Network and FinBlue Innovation Network. So that is something which is happening. We are, sir, moving ahead with the sandbox. The sandbox has been created. The sandbox is actually a great achievement for all of us, and the tools which we have installed on that makes it a very production grade sandbox. So the regulatory sandbox actually is the new technology way of doing things in financial sector, and it has been proved. It's a proved data that those fintech startups which has gone through the sandbox environment and tested their products, their valuation has gone on a different level. So probably we will be able to provide this production grade sandbox environment with all the mentors which we are able to, we will be able to invite to join this program. With them, we will be able to nurture the fintech ecosystem in our country. We can also, sir, promise you that not only the 12 or 14 partners right now we are trying to reach out to all the 40 banks, nationalized bank and as well as the international banks to onboard on the sandbox, and we will be trying to create a national API exchange in our FinBlue sandbox. So that is the next thing, sir. Under your leadership, we will be able to make it a global gateway for all the fintech startups. We will try to contribute to the government of India for the regulatory changes which is required for testing the products of the fintech. How we can help the government to change that. We are also the next way forward shall be that contributing for the skill set development into the fintech domain. We will be able to help to the education industry as well. We will try to partner with them as well and try to design this fintech courses which should be included in the curriculum of the universities from the lower level to the higher level. And we have already created a networking with this help of this FinTERACT, and this is the first fintech event which we have organized. And I assure you, sir, that it will become under your leadership, under your guidance, we will be able to do many more such global events. And I can assure you, sir, that all the global leaders which have participated in the last 3 days, they have appreciated the 6 pillars which we have identified for the operationalization of the FinBlue, and they have said that we will be actually very eager to collaborate with FinBlue. And Mr. Sopendu Mohanty, from who is the Chief FinTech Officer of the Singapore FinTech Authority, he has offered that he would like to join. Similarly, the FinTech Circle from the Europe, Suzanne Chisti, have offered the participation for the FinBlue, and we will be coming back very soon to you for signing the MOU with these 2 international entities. So on this note, sir, I would once again thank you for joining us and all the dignitaries. I would now like to request my colleague, Shri Yuvraj Manoharan, who is the Chief Operating Officer and of the FinBlue, to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Tyagi. For the past 3 days, FinBlue, the FinTech Center of Excellence by STPI, in association with ELCOT and Government of Tamil Nadu, has set a productive roadmap for FinTech startups, aligning with international partnership, and set FinTERACT 2021 sessions, a global platform for all startups. FinBlue has hosted the FinTech conference FinTERACT 2021 in India with 20 plus speakers, 9 sessions spanning over 3 days. We had over 5,000 participants across all streams of FinTech, from policymakers, banks, financial institutions, venture capitalists, academicians, industry association, startups, and young, budding, aspiring entrepreneurs. The level of knowledge share and experience our speakers have shared cannot be validated in numbers, but the amount in the value we have created in the FinTech ecosystem for setting trend in the future technology and also catering the founding pillars for new startups is in reality a mere excellence. We thank Sri Ajay Prakash Shahani, Secretary, Mighty Government of India, Sri Hansraj Verma, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of IT, Government of Tamil Nadu, for their gracious presence in inaugurating this conference. We also thank Alderman William Russell, the Right Honorable, the Lord Mayor of the City of London, for delivering his keynote address. Our leap of becoming global was to help the startups to gain more visibility in the international arena. On the last day of the conference, we share our gratitude to Swapnand Mohanty, Chief FinTech Officer, Monetary Authority of Singapore, for his participation and sharing his interest to associate with FinBlue. Suzanne Chisti, CEO FinTech Circle, had also shared her interest on exploring opportunities to work with them. We have started to work on their offer. This will open gates for cross-border collaboration in United Kingdom and Singapore. A special mention of thanks to who all have taken part in the seminar, delivering keynote address, panelists, all speakers in the conference, to the Office of British Deputy High Commission for their support, STPI-Chennai charter members. I take this moment to thank dignitaries on stage, Dr. Omkar Rai, Director General STPI, Sri Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director STPI, Professor Dr. Kamakoti, Associate Dean, IC and SR IIT Madras, Mahesh Ramachandran, Pontac, Leadership Council Member FinBlue, Sri Subodh Sachan, Director STPI, CEO STPI Next. Also our partners who facilitate the change and innovation, IIT Madras, Pontac, Intellect Design Arena, Taurus Innovations, PayPal, NatWest, National Payments Corporation of India, BNI Mellon, Yes Bank, ICICI Bank, HDFC, and Amazon. I also take this moment to thank Sri Arun Jain, CMD, Intellect Design Arena, our chief mentor FinBlue, our partner TAI Chennai in organizing this event, our mentors, PMG and GC members, all STPI directors for supporting us. Special mention of heartfelt thanks to our sponsors, Viasys and K7 Computing. Also to the media for their extensive coverage on the event. I also take this opportunity to thank you all who made your precious time allocated to attend this event. Last but essential and integral part, I thank all of our STPI Chennai staff members, FinBlue team, STPI HQ team, STPI Next members, and the entire STPI team who helped to reach this milestone today. I also thank Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director STPI, CEO of FinBlue, for his support and guidance for conducting this 3-day conference. We have created an ecosystem with Sandbox, an option to test and standardize your product or solution, and Marketplace, a global platform to sell your products, which we call as FinBlue Innovation Network. And we hereby invite all startups in FinTech domain to join hands with us by applying to this Pitch Fest and growth together. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Following such a fitting valedictory session, good evening and welcome to the third and final day of FinTERACT 2021. We have a lot to look forward to today, with conversations that will take off from where we left off these last couple of days, while others open new doors, avenues, and thoughts in your mind. Over the last couple of days, we have focused on getting closer to the ecosystem and bringing all stakeholders together to discuss and deliberate about emergent strategies in the fintech space. We have focused on FinBlue's 6 pillars: understanding buyer needs, international partnerships, funding frameworks, benchmarking products, policy and technology, and mentoring and training frameworks. And we hope you are all looking forward to continuing this conversation today. We hope you all had some food for thought yesterday, and we are very excited to see you back with us today. Before we head into today's session, let me take a moment to speak about STPI. Software Technology Parks of India is set up by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India in 1991, with the objective of encouraging, promoting, and boosting the software exports from India. STPI maintains internal engineering resources to provide consulting, training, and implementation services. Services cover network design, system integration, installation, operations, and maintenance of application networks and facilities in varied areas. STPI has played a seminal role in building India's reputation as an IT superpower. Today, Software Technology Parks of India across all over the country are synonymous with excellent infrastructure and statutory support aimed at furthering growth of information technology in the country. And now, without further ado, our keynote session for today discusses go-to-market, innovation sandbox, and banks, MIs, and fintechs. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Hitesh Sachdev, the head of Startup Engagement and Investments at ICICI Bank. Following Mr. Sachdev's talk, he will be joined by Mr. Soumenu Ganguly, Vice President of Product, Analytics and Design at CAMS, for a fireside chat. In this role, Mr. Ganguly leads product management, analytics, and design. His experience over the years spans product design, marketing, acquisitions, operations, and key account management in organizations including Sulekha.com and Shiksha.com. Mr. Ganguly graduated with an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad and a BTech in Computer Science from NIT Raipur. This conversation will be moderated by Mr. Satish Narayana Mohan, Deputy Chief Product Officer at FSS. Mr. Narayana Mohan is an agile techno-functional product expert with over 20 years of experience in the fintech space and has successfully launched globally recognized products. His 2 decades of experience covers a diverse customer base across US, EMEA, APAC, and SAARC. Currently, he heads the product division as the Deputy CPO at FSS. Prior to FSS, Mr. Narayana Mohan has worked at Suntech Business Solutions. His other stints include leadership positions at Oracle Financial Services Software Limited and Citicorp Information Technology Limited. Mr. Narayana Mohan aims at bringing new market relevant products using the right combination of the latest technologies.
Welcome to this panel discussion where we're going to talk about how fintechs and banks and entities are building applications together and what are their go-to-market strategies. I've got with me Hitesh Sachdev, who heads partner initiatives and bringing in fintechs within ICICI Bank. He has been with the bank for 18 plus years and has been managing multiple portfolios during this stint with ICICI. I welcome Hitesh to start off with his keynote speech before we go into our panel discussion. Welcome, Hitesh.
Hey, hi friends. It's immense pleasure to be amongst all of you. I'm Hitesh Sachdev. I manage startup engagement and startup investments at ICICI Bank. So ICICI Bank has been the believer in technology, and we have used technology as the force multiplier for all our businesses. We have a culture of using technology and technology as a lever in terms of augmenting businesses, mitigating risks in our businesses, or enhance the experience on our digital properties. There is a lot more innovation which is happening in the startup ecosystem, and we have created a platform with a vision to collaborate and partner with the startups to create innovative products and services which we can roll out in the ICICI as a bank ecosystem. This also helps us in promoting innovation at edges, and it enhances the risk taking ability and experimentation, and also creates and builds a culture of innovation within the organization. We have been focused around all areas of banking per se, whether it's lending, payments, investment advisory, or there are, or risk mitigation, or there are enablers which helps us in many different ways to solve some of the problems which we face in our day-to-day businesses. Our objective to kind of work with startup is fourfold. One is to work with them and create new business opportunities and new business segments within the bank. Second objective is to enhance the customer experience for all our digital properties. Third objective is to work with startups, create solutions which can help us do our offer our products or services in a more efficient manner, and thereby help us reduce the cost. And fourth objective is, are there any solutions which can help us mitigate our risk in a better way? So with this thought process in mind, we have created this platform where we have on the one side our business groups, our technology group, and our ICICI group companies, which have certain sets of problem statements or certain innovative thoughts, which we kind of debate, discuss, and post that we try to find out tech solutions through startups, and marry both of them to create a solution which can be consumed by our internal stakeholders. To do that, now we run various activities to engage with the startup community. So we run hackathons every year, wherein we invite developers, early stage startups, and we also give them access to our APIs, so that using those APIs they can create products, and we also give them sample customer journeys. And our promise to them is that once they create the product, we will use those products into ICICI as a bank ecosystem. And some of the innovations like smart keys and some of the other products have been the outcome of the hackathons which we have been doing year on year. And we have seen huge participation, not only from India, from across the globe on all these hackathons which we conduct. The second way to collaborate is we work with a lot of accelerators, incubators. We also created a problem statement repository wherein any of these startups can access it and figure out if they want to work on any of these problems and solve it for us. We conduct demo days every 2 months, when we invite select startups to come and pitch with all of our various stakeholders in the bank. The objective is to see if the fitment of those solutions are there, decide then and there, and start the POC with those startups. And if those POCs are giving good outcomes, make it a commercial arrangement to take those services and products. I would bifurcate that generally what a startup would need, right? I think they need two things. One is that, hey, look, as a large enterprise, when they approach us, they kind of pitch that, hey, look, we have an idea, but we don't know whether this idea is something which, if we create a product out of this idea, you are going to consume it or not. So we work as a validator for those ideas, and not only as a validator, we work with them, nurture that idea, give inputs, work hand in hand with them, create a product out of it, and which we consume in the ICICI bank ecosystem. So somebody who has an idea and wants to validate and create a product out of it, I think it becomes a very powerful platform. And not only that, out of the select few ideas where we feel a scale, we can create a scale, we also have created a separate fund to invest into those ideas and those startups. So we are investing also. So the two needs of a startup about validation of an idea and then requirement of funds to commercialize that idea, we give support on both those fronts. Now, a couple of examples in terms of areas where we have worked with startups. I can give you names. Like we have been working with startups like Scienzy or Karza Technologies to improve the entire customer onboarding experience, wherein these startups have brought on a lot of APIs for the verification of KYC documents, authentication using their AI and ML technologies. We have been also working with startups like Cogno AI to give a better user experience in terms of interaction and engagement on our digital properties through chatbots, through voice banking, which is enabled on Google and Alexa, and some of our platforms like Money to India, which is our flagship platform for remittances. Similarly, on the payments, we have been working with startups like FinPay, which they are helping us to penetrate to garner the rural customer, semi-urban and rural customer base, wherein they provide payment solutions using APIs, Rails, and using biometric data, and they have been serving these customers along with us using our switch. So it's a great partnership which has been coming to the fold. The way it's kind of accelerating day by day, and we have been processing huge amount of volumes through their platform. Neobank is another buzzword in the fintech world, and we have been at the forefront in terms of launching the first neobank with Open, on the SME to serve the SME customers. The Open was part of our accelerator program, and the entire concept and the product was created as the part of this accelerator program. Similarly, we are working with Wisely to create a neobanking solution for the millennials. We have launched our own neobank, which is platform called Mine. I would urge all of you to look at that platform. It's one of the finest platform targeting to millennials. Then we have launched some products which are in partnerships along with startups like Karza Tech, wherein we are using automated solutions to read GST data, and we have launched a GST OD product using those data points. Similarly, we are working with a startup called SetSure, wherein we are using satellite data provided by them for our agribusiness and our collection businesses. Apart from that, we are also co-creating lending portfolios with some of the startups like Lending Card, PayU, Off Business, Car Dekho, Cast24. These are the couple of startups where we have been from the day one working with them, creating these lending products, and which are very tailor-made, bespoke products which we have created kind of for these platforms. Some of the industry initiatives which we have taken are, we have created a online arbitration platform, wherein the vision is that on the one side there will be arbitrators and there will be defendants and plaintiffs on the other side, and the claimants. The idea is that the court process takes longer period of time, and it is very cumbersome also at times. So can we create a channel for online dispute resolution? And this is an open platform. It is not restricted to banking. It is an industry-wide platform. We have been experimenting on this platform, and we have conducted few Lok Adalats. It's one of its kind, and this will save a lot of time in resolution of disputes, not only in banking but for other industries as well. So this is an industry-wide initiative which we have taken. Apart from that, we also run accelerator program in partnership with various stakeholders, and idea is to run these accelerator programs to nurture the startups, work with them, give them the required support, be it support from the perspective of mentoring from the senior leadership team, giving them access to our APIs, or getting experts on various topics to help them for problems they are encountering. And then the last piece is about investments, which I mentioned earlier, that scalable ideas, we are very much open to look at those ideas and work with them, create products, and also invest into them and help them take to the next level. So I would sum it up that we are a bank which is open for innovation, which is open for working with startups. I would welcome you all to come and share your ideas, share your products, innovative products and services with us. We are very open to discuss, work with you, and one of the most I would say that we are one of the most startup friendly banks. Thank you. I'll now invite Somendu to kind of kick it over from here.
Thanks, Hitesh. It's quite interesting to see the kind of work you and your team have been driving within ICICI, and some of those initiatives which are essentially helping the fintech community to be able to kind of open up and start partnering with large corporate, because the biggest challenge most fintech comes across would be the kind of use cases that would be of value. And the two key points that you called out is, one is you could help validate, given that you have enough customer problem statements that could get double check, confirm from a business standpoint. And two, if the idea works well, you're also proposing that you would be funding them as well. So it's like a fantastic platform I can see, and the fact that you're already working with quite a few startups in that space on an ongoing basis is also very encouraging to this community on the whole. So I think this is extremely good. We will discuss more on it. So I'll probably take now the opportunity to welcome Saumendu Ganguly, the Vice President who heads products, analytics and data within CAMS. Saumendu, it's great to have you as part of this discussions where we are going to discuss about how fintechs, banks, intermediaries in capital market, which is your area of expertise, put up sandbox and help fintechs go into, help into the go-to-market strategy. So, and I think I'll probably start with this question to you, Saumendu, knowing that you are part of the panel with SEBI, which kind of proposed the, innovation sandbox sometime mid last year, which is a, fantastic initiative from SEBI itself. Given that it wants to look at opening up its information to of course through regulated mode to participants who could come and capitalize on it from improving the capital market experience overall to the industry. So why don't you share some thoughts about what exactly is this initiative, and you being part of the chair, how does it help the capital markets within India?
Sure. Thanks, Satish. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with all the people who have gathered on this call. And thanks, Hitesh, for talking about what ICICI is doing in promoting startup ecosystem. Hitesh and Satish, what you asked the right question that, what is the concept of this innovation sandbox? So what happened is maybe around 2018, 2019 is when SEBI was toying up with this idea of how to make the capital markets more inclusive, which means that if you or I or a guy studying in one of the IITs or NITs or SRM Chennai has an idea that he wants or she wants to take the concept of capital markets, the ability to invest in capital markets to anybody and everybody across this country, how would we enable that and set up that ecosystem? So SEBI came up with these two concepts. One is regulatory sandbox and one is innovation sandbox. Now, innovation sandbox is a committee set up by SEBI which have all the MIIs, which means that NSE, BSE, CDSL, NSDL, and the RTAs, which is CAMS, CARBI, and Lincoln Time. All of these players are part of that sandbox, which means that you have an idea, you can come to this sandbox, which is a central part, and you can submit your idea. You can get access to data, which is test data from any of these players to test your idea and see how the customer journey moves. So let's take an example that you have a great algorithm that suggests stock picks. to a person who does not understand stocks. So you can come to this sandbox, and the sandbox kind of has a kit using which you will get access to data and APIs, which will let you define and devise a KYC journey, then let your algorithms kind of give out stock suggestions and let people invest through that. And once that the proof of concept is done and demonstrated to this MII, you can very quickly get all the regulation part done by the SEBI and become an actual player in the market. So the concept to market time is shrunk like anything, because you get at a single part access to everything, all the data, all the accessories. Otherwise, if you are a new guy, I mean, think about it that let's say you have an idea in the mutual fund ecosystem. You would have never heard of things like folio. What is the concept of folio, right? And what is the concept of non-financial transactions? Or if you want to do initiate a stock investment platform, what is the concept of demat, non-demat, all of that. So it kind of simplifies all the access problem, all the jargon problem, and gives you a single point of contact or single window, so as to say, where you can come, showcase your idea, get access to data, and take it to market very quickly. So that's what was the idea behind what SEBI Innovation Sandbox came into picture. And we have already gotten close to 10 plus applications where people have come with different kinds of ideas. Like somebody came up with a idea of a exchange on blockchain, right? Where they came up with this idea that they can dematerialize any asset. Like if I have a 100-acre farm somewhere, I can dematerialize that and put that farm on this exchange, and somebody can be a shareholder of that. So we are getting all these kinds of great ideas, and the idea of Innovation Sandbox kind of makes it easier for that person or that organization to take it to market or make it market ready. So that's what the Innovation Sandbox committee helps with or was formed and is in the path of doing.
Yeah, I think that's really very interesting, Samindu. I think a great initiative because most often, as you rightly said, see, you picked up those technology areas that you're talking about. Hitesh called out in his area where his focus area or what the bank is looking at is AI, data, blockchain, and these are areas which are probably very short of skilled competency in the market. And every industry is trying to solve something using these technologies. So obviously there is a demand to supply, disparity, and such cooperation when it gets handled from government initiative like SEBI or large corporate initiative like what Hitesh talked about from ICICI, opens up opportunity. And these are skill set that we see the fintech technology companies are able to bring in. But like you said, a person who's extremely good on analytics or data science may not really understand what are the true business problem, or may not even understand some aspects of what happens within the capital markets to the extent some of you are. And that's where the bridging needs to happen. So I'll probably start with Hitesh. Hitesh, you talked about you have a repository where people can log all their problem statement that could be potentially solved, or typical business problems that you come across, and there is an opportunity to optimize better or even completely reimagine that within your bank. Now, how often does it get refreshed? And and you also said some of these ideas have been brought into products or services as customer experience to your end customers. So what is a typical cycle like, and how often does it get done, and how do you kind of share this with the fintech community?
So I think it's an ongoing process. We continue strive to improve and figure out whatever problems are there which can be solved through tech. So we are a strong belief that technology can help us accelerate all our businesses manifold. And we are always in lookout for, many more new use cases. And the approach it is two-way approach. So one is that we have some set of problems which we always keep discussing with the startups and the various stakeholders in the startup ecosystem. The second approach is that at times startups who have thought about certain innovative products or ideas, they come and pitch with us. So it works both ways. And one has to constantly, it's a, I would say it's not a journey with a destination in mind. It's a journey which is an ongoing journey. And on the path of discovering more and more innovations, you keep encountering new and new ideas and new solutions, and one has to keep experimenting with those ideas and solutions uh, with an open mind. That's what we believe in, and we have been focusing on, and we have been implementing it.
Thanks for that, Hitesh. Saumendu, I mean, and capital market is one area, at least, visibly the fintech we see a lot of traction in lending, for example. For some reason, there is a lot of traction in lending, and of course, payments, which is our focus, what I do within FSS. But capital markets is, it's not visibly known, and it has, enough potential for both parties, to kind of leverage. I'm talking from both the stakeholder standpoint. So how is this seen? How do we attract more fintechs to play in that space? Or can you throw some kind of stats in terms of how many are really working on it? What are the opportunities? Because we see a lot of people from the fintech forum attending this event. They would be kind of keen to see how in India, capital markets as a business, what are the opportunities for them and what's the scale? So can you throw some light on?
Sure. So Satish, when we generally talk about fintechs, right, we usually make an assumption that it has got to do with some product. It may not be. If you think about capital markets and how long they have been in existence, they have very detailed processes that were defined and devised for a period and time which was majorly paper based, right? So when we talk about fintechs, we talk about opportunities in products as well as in automating processes, right? And I will give you examples, and you made a very interesting point about lending. So CAMS, because CAMS has 70% of the market share in mutual fund industry, we were the first to launch a completely automated loan against mutual funds module, which means that if you are an investor who has mutual fund units, you can avail a loan to the allowed amount completely digitally within 3 minutes. So you start your journey from the bank, you see how many units you have available across mutual funds, you say which ones you want to put in lien, and the bank does the calculation, the loan marking happens, the lien marking happens, everything under 3 minutes, right? So those are kind of opportunities which are in the product front. But let's say you are a fintech company who has a great NLP module, right? Or a great computer vision module, right? Now, what are the kind of business problems we face? So let's say I get tens of thousands of paper forms where somebody is saying that I want to avail a insurance facility, right? On a 7-page mutual fund form, it's a single tick mark, which means that out of 200 fields that some company is digitizing from paper to computer data entry, it's a single form, or it's a single tick, right? Which there is a chance that I will miss out when I'm doing data entry, and which creates financial liability for both us as well as the mutual fund company as well as the insurance company, right? That, and if you are a small fintech who has done a great algorithm around computer vision to figure out that which part of a page has a tick mark or not with close to 100% accuracy, that just fits into a complete journey, right? So a lot of these opportunities, or I will give you one more example. One of the most critical functions in mutual funds is change of bank mandate, right? Now, it is a very detailed process with multiple checks and balances. Now, we have digitized it completely, where you just give your old and new check, and we read the check number through AI. we compare it with what is there in your folio, then we do a penny drop, and there's a process, right? So the point I'm trying to make is, if you are a fintech org company who has a great idea or a great product, right, it may not be a complete journey for the capital market player, but it can fit nicely into a journey and add value there and reduce or increase efficiencies there. So that's how I would look at how fintechs can participate in capital markets, is in automating a lot of these processes. And of course, there are opportunities around new products like loan against mutual funds or loan against securities or KYC or robo advisories and stuff like that. So we have both these opportunities.
Yeah, I think very valid points, Somendu, because I think it's not necessarily, you don't have to come with a unicorn idea to build a product which would kind of drive some million customers or going viral in short period of time. But if you're able to pick those process gaps, which has significant financial, or in this context of this theme, significant customer experience impact, and that's of value. Because most often a fintech contribution into a business area may not be completely tangible in nature, in terms of it gives true dollar outcome to the parties that are involved, but it could give a intangible experience to customers, which would probably increase stickiness of the customers, drive more transactions that they could do more often. Because today, the number of transaction a customer or a prospect would do in capital markets probably, I don't know the numbers, but maybe it's very low, right? So the repetitive of a common man, I'm saying, not the registered agencies, but then how, if you drive more of these common men to find it more comfortable, use it more often, and that's customer, that's more intangible, but that would indirectly drive better financial outcomes. Yeah, that's very true. I think the understanding those process and being able to solve it. But how do you help? I might have the great NLP like you talked about. When does this marriage happen? Where does this forum? How often do we get to meet? And what is your answer to kind of a probable fintech player who has something great but doesn't know what problem it will solve?
Sure. So it's a great question, Satish, because that is where this innovation sandbox comes in. So there's this website called innovation-sandbox.in. So a fintech player can go there, may not understand anything about capital markets, but just may talk about what is the idea or what is the algorithm that that person has built, right? And that person, this company or this student, let's say, right, can just upload their idea and a case that they think this idea will solve. And this entire case uploaded is read by all the market participants. So you think about, so both the exchanges are there. They can think and they can read and they can figure out, okay, whether this solves any business case for them. Or both, all the RTAs are there, both the depositories are there, which means that in the capital market, the entire ecosystem is available there, who is reading your idea and can think of use cases that will, they in their processes can be solved, and or whether this company, if they have a great idea and they want to form a different company altogether, how will it interact with this capital market ecosystem? So, I mean, I would say that if you think about Zerodha, right, when it first came into existence, it was a very simple concept, and how they have grown, right? It would have taken them time because interacting with anybody would have been a different, discrete affair, right? So now if you have the next idea, and if you are the company which wants to really disrupt how inclusion happens in capital markets, how a guy who has no, and you spoke about numbers, right? Our capital market penetration to FD penetration in the country is 1:6, which means for every 6 people who have a fixed deposit, only one of them has invested into capital markets, be it through stocks or mutual funds or anything, right? And it's an initiative of the capital market body to make sure that people understand, right, that the money that they are investing with mutual funds is safe or capital markets is safe, And so what is happening? So we are saying that you can, so liquid mutual funds, right? If you invest today, you can redeem today. So you understand that your money is not stuck somewhere and you can get it back immediately. So it gives them the comfort that they have, like they have in financial solutions like FDs, right? And Hitesh, it's not a comparison with how your banks and penetration and capital markets won't have that kind anytime soon. But these kind of engagement with the fintech industry, the startup ecosystem, is to make sure that the solutions kind of make the entire cycle very fast, so that more people have faith in capital markets, and then the financial inclusion increases and people are able to invest fast and invest easily. So yeah, so this website, this platform that I talked about, innovation-sandbox.in, people can come in, give and submit their ideas, gets read by everybody, and can be taken up by as a solution by any of the MIIs, or can be developed into an independent product with the help of all the players in the market.
Perfect. I think that people should start visiting what Saumendu said, because there is huge amount of opportunity, and clearly 1:6 is a great number to look out. It's a pure opportunity number that we could see. And I think in principle, if you look at it, it's all about building this whole ecosystem, right? So, and the whole idea of putting sandbox, both in this case, SEBI, or in this example, Hitesh talked about how ICICI has its own set of sandbox. So how easy it is for somebody to access it. So while you also all of API product Hitesh. So one of the important or the most challenging thing is to give those access of APIs and SDKs for various fintechs to come and try out, right? So how much time does it take if I have to onboard into your sandbox within ICICI, and what are the formalities, right? So we talk about 3 minutes to open an account or 30 seconds to start transacting after it. You have some interesting facts to share, Hitesh, and how quick is it to onboard?
Yeah. So ICICI Bank API, developer portal, we want our vision is to make it as an open innovation platform. Idea is that we want to, create as many APIs as possible and, make it available for startups and fintechs to use those APIs, create innovative products on top of it, using those APIs. So what we are trying to do is that, one, we are creating a lot of sample user journeys while you have an API available, but many times you struggle that what could be the use of a particular API, right? So important aspect is one needs to have an API documentation which is very well laid down. There are sample journeys which are very laid down using those APIs, how one can create product, and then the entire developer community, uh, marketing or getting them on board and making those tools available to developers. Using those tools, they can consume these APIs and create products. So I think our API ecosystem is comprising of mm, all the ingredients which are required, right from using API, creating a product, and helping developers to use tools to create those products, right? So we are following a process where if anybody has a use case in mind or they want to access our API, they sent a request to us, and we approve those requests and provide the access to our API developer portal. We open up the API developer portal to our developers, our startups during the time when we run hackathons. It's a free, a completely open access when we run this kind of activities. So what we want to do is we want to promote more and more startups to to look at our APIs, to use them in their product bundling, and if there are any challenges, we have a API developer team which helps them to overcome those sets of problems if they are encountering any sets of issues consuming those APIs. So it's a very well laid down process and ecosystem. And I would urge all of the startups to make use of our API developer portal, and we are more than happy to work with all of you using not only, and if any of these startups, if any of those startups have ideas also in terms of APIs they are looking for and which are not available on our portal, we are more than welcome to suggestions. If there are any. Yeah.
Yeah. So Hitesh, in summary, I understand it's very quick. You have a lot of APIs and SDKs that you expose, and continuously you run these kind of events like demo days, hackathon, and bring the community to come in and participate. And I think that's creating those platforms are very important in these times. And I presume this is a very important initiative from a board perspective, because at least in the banking sector, banking, financial, and of course in capital markets, we have seen that globally the boards and regulatory authorities are taking this very seriously, to be able to offer more to their customers, bring in more transparency to the customers, and give access to products, because today the products, as you rightly said, in certain partner ecosystem where you're playing, you're trying to create products which are very relevant to that segment, right? So earlier it was like you one size fits all. You take this product or you walk away. You don't care what the customer wants. Today, with the segment of one customer demand, or customers are looking for something very specific what they're looking at. And again, for different segments, the way the segments are getting broken down are getting smaller and smaller, and your ability to dynamically define products on the go which will meet those needs are getting very precise. And that's where the fintech can make a huge impact by accessing to this captive customer base, be it ICICI or be it in Soma in this case, through the entire capital markets, where there is SEBI is providing an option to this captive customer base where they could go try out those scenarios on these sample data and solve this bigger opportunity. Like open banking has created avenues globally. It's coming up very sharply. I think these sandbox initiative driven by SEBI, in our case STPI with FinBlue who's running this event, there are a lot of opportunities that are coming up. So Saumendu, how if a fintech has to come in, do they have to be Indian registered fintech? Because fintech with the open banking and open APIs, anybody could log into your innovation sandbox and start trying out. So are there any constraint? One, two, fintech players come up with very small niche ideas. How is there some kind of an exclusivity that comes into play? I mean, which will kind of restrict them to work with you, or gives the platform, gives you more access, but at the same time opens it up for them to go, encouraging them to work, beyond what you are looking for from your perspective. So just from people who are listening, they might have this question. I thought it would be probably to ask you something.
No, it's a great question, Satish. Both are important questions. So initially, when we were setting up the sandbox, the discussion with SEBI was what should be the qualifying criteria, right? What should be the capital? How do we figure out that people are serious, or is just because everybody has another job, and is it kind of really driving innovation, or is it just taking a bandwidth, right? And then we decided that even at the cost of some misses, it should be just available to everybody, right? So this innovation sandbox, if you are an individual without any net worth, so you are a student, right, in school, you can come and you can participate as part of this sandbox. Today it is kind of restricted to Indians people, but you can participate with an Indian entity or a set of or an Indian group if you are a foreign organization or a foreign group of individuals. If you have an Indian partner, you can partner up with them and then apply for this innovation sandbox access, right? And the second question that you had, can you repeat that question so that I can give?
is there an exclusivity that
yeah. Good. Yeah. So no, so the idea of the sandbox is not to kind of get these people and uh, catch them and restrict their innovation or idea. The idea is that these people should get access to data, access to infrastructure, and access to try out their ideas, but they can then decide themselves that whether they want to work with any of these MIIs or they want to work with whosoever they want to work with, right? Or they form their own organization, own entities, and create their own platforms. So as I was giving you this example, that somebody came up with the idea of creating an alternate exchange where you can dematerialize any asset and people can become shareholders. Now that is in contest to an exchange that already exists, right? But it is not that because of that this idea will get deprioritized or anything. So tomorrow one of the two exchanges can plan to work with this, or this exchange can be a third exchange completely, right? So there is no restriction in terms of whether they get kind of tied up to one of the MIIs that they plan to work with or the use case that they have. They can completely work independently, take their idea even international, right? But in terms of participation, yes, today it is restricted to Indian nationals. But if you are from outside India, you can partner with somebody from India and apply to this innovation sandbox.
Great. So I think we have the last 3 minutes of our interesting panel discussion. So I'll probably try and do the conclusion, try and do the justice of this conclusion. It's not going to be easy from what we heard from Hitesh and Saumendu. Firstly, I think thanks to FinTERACT Conference 2021 for giving all of us a great opportunity. My name is Satish. I'm the Deputy Chief Product Officer for FSS, a payment tech firm with a global presence, and we have great products and platform. And along with me, I have Hitesh, who heads startup engagement for ICICI Bank, and Saumendu Ganguly, who's the Vice President for products, data analytics, and also as part of the member within SEBI Innovation Sandbox. Redefine tech, build an ecosystem is the theme of this conference. And I think our panelists here kind of shared real practical examples that's been happening. You know, good to see SEBI launching this last year and Saumendu chairing it and sharing some great insights of how easy it is for somebody to come in. Hitesh not only talked about validation of these ideas, he's already onboarded 10 such fintechs and more on the pipeline, very promising. And I think very clearly, we got a diverse view from established bank and from CAMS, which is one of a leading player in the capital market space within the country. We have seen both sides of their view. The whole market is focused towards tapping into the fintech ecosystem. Co-optation is the new buzzword. I think you have to find ways of collaborating with competition and driving innovation. And it's great to see this with the theme clearly tying in with building an ecosystem. We see this growing. India as a market is thriving. We have seen the number of unicorn even during 2020. The numbers have really grown up. The number of new startups are growing up. Such initiatives by the government, by private large corporate, and the local players across different tech and the business segments is creating a very thriving environment for youngsters, fintech players, and investors to kind of look at this market. India as a market is growing significantly. Our projections for GDPs and outcomes are very promising, and I think I'm very excited to be part of this journey and building products and growing the next set of problem solving to address customer experience. Thank you, Saumendu. Thank you, Hitesh, and thank you, FinTERACT 2021 for this great opportunity. And signing off from my end.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachdev, Mr. Ganguly, and Mr. Narayana Mohan for this riveting start to day 3 of the conference. For our second session today, we have for you a panel discussion on training for fintech startups. Our first panelist for the day is Mr. Anand Bajaj founder and CEO of Nearby Technologies, a hyper-local fintech startup working towards digitizing India. With confidence and belief in Digical Financial Services, the company is working towards bringing simple sachets of financial services in an assisted manner. The team partners with banks, institutions, and regulators to further this endeavor. Joining him is Mr. Raj N. Funny, founder and chairman of Zaggle. Mr. Funny has over 20 years of business consulting experience and founded Zaggle in 2011 as a network-agnostic payment platform on which merchants and consumers could seamlessly interact. A startup evangelist, a strategist, and a serial entrepreneur who previously worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers Private Limited and eYantra, Mr. Funny has extensive experience in setting up a business, structuring it, driving the sales, and scaling it to the next level. A business graduate from NYU Stern School of Business, when he was not mentoring startups on the power of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship, he enjoys spending personal time organic farming, watching comedy shows, playing golf, cricket, and badminton. Our third panelist for today is Mr. Hero Chowdhury, partner at BNext. He was in the hedge fund industry on Wall Street for over 14 years, leading many multi-bagger investments to consumer internet and fintech growth companies in public markets. Mr. Chowdhury holds a BTech from IIT Bombay, MS from Washington University in St. Louis, and is a chartered financial analyst since 2010. At BNext, he partners with exceptional founders in building and scaling next-generation digital economy companies in big, addressable markets. In his free time, he enjoys sailing and mountain hiking. This session will be moderated by Mr. Sameer Singh Jaini, CEO and founder of Digital Fifth. Recognized amongst the esteemed FinTech Asia Top 100 by nextmoney.org, Mr. Singh Jaini is a digital enthusiast with over 2 decades of experience spanning Asia, Europe, and America. Recognized amongst the esteemed FinTech Asia Top 100 by nextmoney.org, Mr. Singh Jaini is a digital enthusiast with over 2 decades of experience spanning Asia, Europe, and America. He has won multiple Best CIO and Innovation Awards, including one for the industry's first Aadhaar-based ATM. Mr. Singh Jaini has implemented end-to-end digital banks in Europe and led large banking initiatives, including turnarounds in the USA and Europe for Finacle. He has been part of core teams responsible for setting up Kotak Mahindra Bank and Bharatiya Mahila Bank, as well as leading digital initiatives for Kotak Mahindra Bank and Citibank. He was also evaluated as a top-tier leader at Infosys. You will often find him sharing his knowledge and conducting in-depth training sessions at industry events, financial institutions, and educational institutions. It is my pleasure to hand over the conversation to Mr. Singh Jaini. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you a panel discussion on training for fintech startups.
So welcome to FinTERACT 2021. I think in this particular session, we will focus primarily on the training needs of fintech ecosystem. And what we've realized is over a period of time, while there's a lot of innovation which is happening in the market, there's very little of formal education which is happening. So when people are just hiring people, going about and hiring people, it's difficult to identify the right set of people in the market. A lot of people have a bookish knowledge or maybe too much of an enthusiastic knowledge about it, but not really on the ground. And people find it very difficult to hire as of now. So while we are seeing overall COVID has had impact, but generally on the hiring side, fintech has been hiring a lot. So this particular session is about getting views from the leadership team in the market about this whole training needs of the market. So with this, I would request maybe Raj to quickly introduce himself and join the panel, and then we'll have Hero and Anand as well. So over to you, Raj, first.
Sure. So thank you so much, Sameer, for this opportunity, and also to STPI and TIE. My name is Raj. I am from Hyderabad, India, and formally educated in US. I have a MBA from Stern School of Management in New York. Okay. Post that, so I have been a serial entrepreneur all my life. Started my business at the age of 16. Started a corporate company at the age of 22, sold it at 25, and post that I went to US to get a little bit more global exposure, and basically in the areas of strategy and finance. Was picked up by PricewaterhouseCoopers and joined their MCS practice. Was there for about 4.5 years. Post that I came back to India and started a company called eYantra. eYantra was India's largest merchandising company. We raised funds multiple times in that company. Today I run a company called Zaggle. Zaggle is a fintech company, and today we started off with just a single guy in 2012. Today we have about 200 plus people. In terms of overall wide end range, we look at digitizing spends, and automation and digitization are our core theme. We are one of the largest players in the prepaid space, and we are also going to launch our latest product, which is a credit card product called Founders Card, hopefully very soon. I like golf and I like playing badminton a lot. That's about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you for this introduction. Over to you, Hero.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me in the panel. I grew up in Rajasthan, and right after my undergrad from IIT Bombay in 2004, I moved to US. I have been an investor since 2006 after my grad school, and have invested based out of US till 2019. And in those 14, 15 years, I invested in global consumer internet, payments, fintechs, companies all around the world. Anything, any place where I could find great businesses, great founders, we backed them and we stayed with them for many, many years. During that time frame, I was also tracking the journey of founders in India and Southeast Asia since 2012, 2013. And once Reliance Jio came in 2016, I thought founders are building companies, VCs are funding them, and finally consumers will come online. So next 10, 15 years should be really golden for Indian ecosystem, where a lot of great founders will build out infrastructure layer in payments or infrastructure layer in software. And on top of that, you will have consumer internet, gaming, all sort of new business models will come out. So I wanted to be part of that journey. I decided to join BNext in early 2020 as a partner. And I'm really enjoying what I see, and I'm really excited to partner with really great founders, actually. Yeah.
Thank you. In fact, your impact is very much visible in last few months. You've done a few months, maybe a year or so, you have done multiple deals. So very, very visible name in the market. Thanks. So with this, we move to Anand. Anand's a dear friend, and I think he has been one of the fastest of the block setting up business. So over to you.
So thank you for the kind words, Samir. As always, we believe in bringing the high end of technology to the bottom of the pyramid. I come from 5 patents in banking background at my alma mater, ICICI Bank. And then I was invited by Yes Bank to be the Chief Innovation Officer, where I served for 6 years, and then started Nearby Technologies. With 500,000 retail touchpoints in the country, 17,000 odd PIN codes. We serve 150 million citizens. We don't call them customers yet, because citizen is a higher pedestal than that of a customer. And we believe in doing a lot for this segment, which does not tweet. The $700 that you spend for a cab for the dinner tonight is the cost of their monthly grocery. And we ensure that their transactions don't fail when we do 1,600 transactions per second on our platform. So end-to-end NPCI integration on all our platforms, ASP certifications, and NPCI net integration helps us avoid multiple hops. With 5,000 crore of monthly throughput, we believe we are the largest agent banking platform in the region, at least have no validations of world over. But we believe that with the approach that we are taking on digitizing retail so that we can bring more banking and financial services and many more services to a kirana shop, where you can actually go to the shop and tell him 2 kilo aloo, 1 kilo pyaj, or 500 rupees cash dena mere bank account se. Yeah, and then Prataksha Mev Pramanam, you put your thumb and you get your money. India has transitioned from being an angutha chap to a nation which thrives on the biometrics and identification, self-identification through Aadhaar. So we'll come and talk about more points soon. Samir, you have some interesting questions to debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand. And I think when I was doing this introduction, I didn't tell my own name. So my name is Sameer Singh Jani, and I'm part of this firm called The Digital Fifth, and we are primarily in the consulting business on fintech side. I'll not take more time here. We'll start with the questions right away. So the first question itself is to Raj. I think what are the key opportunities available in the BFSI and fintech domain, which are right now running in the right direction, which is growing, and what do you see in the next few years?
So, Sameer, the concept of few years, we have to just concise it to few months. Okay, and so that is the first new normal which we'll have to learn. Okay, so if you look at, fintechs is completely disrupting on every side. So right from banking to neobanking, and neobanking being something which is picking up phenomenally well. From trade finance on normal servers to blockchain is something which is picking up very, very well. So, you have neobanking, you have blockchain, you have, embedded finance. There is there's so many opportunities, and these opportunities will keep on multiplying. And what I think is that as we go on and we look at, as Anand was saying, as we penetrate into the tier 2, tier 3, and then eventually the villages, the boom in India for fintech, for financial technologies is huge. And in my opinion, if I have to pick up, from my standpoint of view, I would look at, neobanking, micro lending, and blockchain as, three top concepts. And of course, fintech, regtech, all the techs, in every piece, tech is going to be embedded.
Okay, excellent. And maybe Anand, you may take a view more from an inclusion perspective. What do you see as future in terms of opportunities which exist out there on the fintech side?
So to bring financial liberation to the country, Samir, I think it will take more of people like us who can sachetize, digitize, and universalize the financial services to every common man. And while we live with the vision of bringing most of the financial services to most of the people at most of the places, the skill set required, I would say, is to be able to take the transaction to the last mile in trust mode. Otherwise, to be a cowboy, it's very easy. But to be able to dispense and do mass digital penetration in trust mode is very important. And which, of course, what Raj said will require all of it, the blockchain and the all auto recon, where all you can apply these technologies. So I think a lot is required to do a little bit more. Momentum wise, directionally, we are there.
Okay. And maybe you can bring more of an investor view because you invest in this segment. So what is your hypothesis of future? Will be useful for all of us to know.
So I think sector-wise, I think both Raj and Anand covered everything pretty well. But when I was, if I had to think this question in a different way, what I'll say is that we are only in the inning one to improve consumer experience, to have a broader reach in consumer and SMEs in India in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. So we have a long runway to grow and build out great businesses in all these different domains. With the power of the handheld device, a lot of data can be collected. However, collecting data alone is not important if you cannot utilize it in a much better way to improve these services. So I like all these aspects. And last thing I'll point out is I think now one big opportunity that was not there earlier is this new partnership that you can build out with tech giants that were earlier not possible. And now using this partnership, you can really unlock a much better experience that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. So that's how I'll think holistically.
Okay. Excellent. I think your point is valid that I think innovation is just begun, right? With the cycle is just begun. And nothing is really available. We talk generically that the payments have reached to everyone, but that's not happened. We can see the case Payoneer by you guys are penetrating deep into each segment and helping. So let's move to the key roles, right? So for example, when you are looking at hiring for people, what kind of key roles do you think are required to sort of handle this kind of change in the market? So what are the new roles? Because we always used to have a standard technology team, standard sales team, standard operations team. But this new world, what does it expect? So maybe Raj, your perspective will be useful. What are the new roles do you see in the market?
So funny that you asked that question, because today it is so difficult to just box them into a particular skill set. Okay, so how we call Ravindra Jadeja as a floater or Hardik Pandya as a floater, right? Is the concept which is coming in. So you need to have specialists, and then you need to have floaters. Okay, so how do you find floaters, right? Floaters who have experience, little bit. They are not specialists, but they have good experience in every aspect of the business, right? Which is very difficult to find. And what is happening today, India is a country of jugaad. So what do we feel? We feel isko le lete hain, अच्छा लग रहा है, aptitude, attitude, ये सब कुछ अच्छा है, इसको ले लेते हैं, बाद में train करेंगे. But and also that mentality that when we take him, first thing is that in our mind, when he will become productive. Is he going to be productive day 1, day 20, day 30? And if he doesn't show results, till about day 60, we write him off. Okay, so it is as fast as that, right? So those, things of like giants like Infosys taking 3 months to train the student, all of that is gone. Means it is, kaput today, if you really ask me. So in terms of skill sets, it is very, very tough today, to find guys who have relevant experience, because, the concept itself is changing. Okay. Now, and it is moving at a fast pace. It is not that, it is like momentary things, but it is still moving at a very fast pace. So what we look at is, if we have this 3 AML model. Okay, we look at whether the adaptability, attitude, flexibility, motivate, is the guy motivated or no? And then we say, okay, if all that is correct, then let's look at his logic. If these 5 things, somehow we are able to find, we are saying, okay, let's take this guy. Job is something which we will teach him, day 1 on the job, learning has to be done. So skill set wise, the gap is so huge that you will never find the ideal bride, right? It is that tough. Okay, and to get somebody who is like a perfect fix is, of course, a lot of luck, plays a role. Okay, as you turn, north of 45, luck comes again and again, multiple times, in the conversations. So if you look at, the gap is way too wide, and you do not have like an opening batsman and an opening bowler today. That's my view.
I think the gap is still huge. I mean, when we are hiring from colleges, it's difficult because these guys have no real idea about what they are. Still, everybody wants to still be an investment banker. In colleges or MBA colleges, still understood that when you do fintech, you do finance. So somebody who's trying to understand the algos, they become the tech guys, right? It doesn't work like that. I mean, they think that in fintechs, somebody has to do accounting. I don't know what accounting they will do. I think it's a misnomer. And also on the other side, when you look at experienced guys are typically in one segment, right? Somebody has grown in sales, somebody has grown in operations. And I think diversity is not coming, which is what the point, Raj, you were talking about, that people need to have an experience across board, which has not happened, right? So I think those are the challenges which we all see. So maybe quickly from a your perspective, what do you see on the role side? What are the new roles your portfolio companies are looking at right now?
So when I talk to my founders and ask them about this, I get very interesting answers. Those are very similar to what Samir and Raj just said. But to put it in proper words, example is some new roles that are interesting is which founders are looking is business aligned data science role, meaning usually historically you're business people who really don't appreciate data. But then you have good statistician and data science people who really don't understand how the business works. So a lot of founders are facing this challenge, how to marry these 2 roles as an example. Then if you move towards tech, then you can see that things are getting really more tech and more digital. So how can a product manager utilize opportunities through direct consumer experience? Which was not there earlier. Earlier, you will roll out a product and you don't know what's happening. But now with tech and all these digital consumers, you can have a direct interaction so you know what's happening, and how as a product manager you take all this feedback, build it out, and go into it. A lot of there is a big gap in that, and it's not being taught, or people don't have experience for that. If I talk to founders when they talk about BFSI risk managers as an example, risk managers, they can now utilize new data points for better underwriting and better approval process as an example. They have all the experience, but then they are stuck in the old data point thinking world, and they are not benefiting, which is not benefiting consumers or SME through all this new data collection gathering. So there is all this skill set gap and things which can be bridged, and it's a little bit slow to happen, but I think as ecosystem develops, those roles will become more prominent, and there will be more people fulfilling those duties. That's how I see it.
Excellent, Hero on that. So maybe move to Anand. I think what are the key skill sets would be required by the employees for the future, and how do they sort of get ready for it? So what are skill sets you see are required by the employees?
So referring to previous question, the answer is there. The learnability is most important, which Infosys used to talk about as well. Second is the chief user experience officer is a new role that should emerge. And having said that, because technology is there, data science is there, whatever you spoke of, something or the other SaaS model is there, but the UX has to be the king to drive simplification of the user experience. That said, I believe that it's said in Bengali, "Jutto silai dikke chandi pat." मतलब जो बंदा जूता सिलाई से चंडी पाठ तक सब कर सकता हो, वैसे लोग चाहिए, open mindset वाले. So just learnability is not enough. People with open-minded hustler mentality, go do it. GE, if I would say that if the guys are good, just hire them. They will find what has to be done. So if your organization can get some handful of such leaders, a mid-tier or even at junior level, people who are go-getters, and you can assign them work after work, change roles every day, forget about quarters, forget job rotation. Those kind of people, rare to find, Samir, I know, but wishlist पूछ रहे हो तो बता देते हैं.
No, I think when we get people, they always say that, what is my role? And everybody wants to define this role. I do this, I do that. And then I'm saying, where's the organization? I think organizations are now very lean. In a very large organization, you could have these silos and structure saying that tech guys will be tech, operations will be operations. In a small unit of 40, 50, if you have everybody sort of sticking to their table, I think nothing will happen. I think your point is valid, Anand.
Absolutely. And to your point, Samir, there are double up roles now in startups. The product and growth role are combined, which takes marketing. The dev and ops roles are combined. So one has to go, it's like a relay race. You have to do the extra 20 meters for a 100-meter race and handing over baton on both the sides.
You would have seen how India won. No specialists, no, team A, which played, India, team B actually played, or you can call it the team A, which played, and the Indian team didn't play. 6 of them hurt, not able to play, and, a rookie team comes in. In fact, the entire bowling experience, was like 4 matches, right? And they went on and, created history. And you would have seen the match, what happened. Pant played the role, the double role of a wicketkeeper and a guy, who held fourth, right? So if you look at it, this is what is happening in real life as well. You don't need Virat Kohli's of the world, to win matches. Sometimes, Pant will give a lot of, pain to, to Tim Payne, right? So these things are happening now.
So yeah, in the flow, it happens, right? I totally get that. Absolutely. I think so. Moving on, let's say when you look at your hiring your employees and you need to train, what are the training options you have? How do you train your employees for the new ecosystem? So any thoughts from your side, Raj? How do you train your people on a new ecosystem? Are there training material available, training content available, anything?
So, what we have done, and especially in our new company called Zigzog, what we have, there is there is no pakka strategy which we are implementing. But what we are doing is that, taking people who are, who have that ability to grasp and learn. Okay. So all MBAs, so, while we cliche term that, you're taking MBAs from IIMs, But that is what we have actually done. We have recruited rookies who had like 2 years experience or like fresh out of IIMs, and we took about 32 odd people this year, right, and gave them so much of material to go through, right, and then asked them to come and present a case study, and depending on what aptitude they had, then we selected some of them and put them into specific roles to see how they are adapting. And now we are doing a job rotation in basically saying that, okay, you are very good in this, like for example product and growth, as Anand said, right? So somebody whom we had put in growth, we are now putting him in some other thing to see and figure out that how this entire thing will pan out for us. So question is that how many roles do we need, right? Within that, what kind of functions do we need? Then within that functions, what kind of skill set is required, right? When you do this entire mapping, what you would realize is that in terms of training, you need to make them walk through the entire process, okay? Ensure that, everybody knows A to Z, whether they will work on it or no. And the second thing is that give them lot of case studies. The best way to ask anybody to learn is to give him a case study and then see those case studies getting executed in the market, right? So this is what we are doing in our new company, because all our experience, what we learned over, let's say 200 odd years of our management team, we are putting it back into practice. And practice is that, you ensure that you put them, take them as per their aptitude, put them into one particular role, see how they are figuring out, and, then use the last part, which is logic. So somebody who has to understand, marketing, who has got the flair for marketing, put him into marketing, see the results, give them the case studies, figure out, how they are performing, and then keep doing it, right? And, for us, this was our first time when we recruited, 32 IM guys for us. But, I'm extremely pleased with the result. And I'm happy that, the aptitude is great. The yearning for learning is phenomenal. Okay. And that is what is helping us today, to be able to move at a very, very fast pace.
Excellent. Excellent. And moving to Anand from your side, what is the framework you have on your side for skilling them? So where do you send your people? How do you train them?
So see, we are a younger organization, Samir, and this is a matter of stage as well, that initially you have to get friends who can deliver. These are lateral hires. And once the shops are stable, you start getting people with learnability capabilities who are willing to be there and learn. And then on the job, like he was saying, that on day one, you should be then able to pick up things and hustle it through. So I think it's... we haven't been able to yet go to the IITs and IIMs, and I believe that if India has to be digitized, yahi mati uthegi aur yahi zarra chamkega. The same raw material will be applied for getting extraordinary output. So you don't need to wait for, without belittling the friends from Alma Mater and what Raj is getting. But sirf wo uske liye wait nahi kar sakte aap. You have to create a conducive environment, the transparency, the comfort, the confidence building that you do with your colleagues. Employee is a negative word. For example, at Pay Nearby, my HR calls once employee, he looks twice if Anand is around. We call them colleagues. Everyone owns the organization. There is ESOP for all. So I think beyond just training, there is culture and the mindset which helps people to be open. I don't know if these are attributes of an open university where people can walk up, learn, ask questions freely with why are you doing this? Why not now? Why tomorrow? So I think there is a lot more to skill than just a management institute or a pedigree. The job role, the excitement in the environment is enough to teach you. You don't learn swimming by coming from B school or yahan se aaye ho tabhi swimming seekh paoge. You jump in and you learn swimming, right? That's how you learn swimming, Samir, in your school. I was thrown open into the swimming pool. So the environment has to be conducive, that willingness has to be there, or that fear, more important, has to be there. Kya kal badlega? Kal kaun sa regulation chheekega? Or kal kisko diarrhea hoga? That teaches you a lot. And it's like Formula 1. You are on the steering. You can't be referring to a Bible or a book. A digital is like that. Be there and just drive it. So learnability, like I would say, I pick up from Raj and what Hero said earlier, right mindset. Banda kaam kar lega. Kaam kar lega.
And from your perspective, how do you train investor community? Because you must be hiring in your team as well, and hiring from some place, and how do you ensure that they take the right decision, because they may not be in the industry itself, but you're hiring fresh. So how do you hire, and how do you sort of get them ready for good investment decisions?
So it's pretty difficult. There is no cookie cutter approach, or you cannot, I guess, mass manufacture or produce people in that skill set, if I had to put it that way. But we look for a lot of personality traits, traits around critical thinking, traits around open to learn and unlearn. Skill set that you learned 5 years ago may no longer be relevant now. Time has changed, market is changing, landscape is changing all the time, and you should be very open to hear the other view or something you have missed. Curiosity, you should be very curious in this business as an investor, because most of the time you may see this business model that has never been there. So if you're not curious enough, how you will figure it out? What's happening, what's not happening? Can it become big? And one trait that I always look, at least on my side, is optimism. I think it's very easy to be pessimist, but optimism takes you a long way. People ask, what if this investment fails? What if this company fails? Okay, yes, if it fails, I know what will happen. But what if it succeeds? How big it can be? What are the bounds? Do we know anything? And nobody could have seen or predicted likes of, let's say, Airbnb or DoorDash, which were supposed to be a very difficult business, and now they are close to anywhere 70, 80, 100 billion market cap, right? So when I think about similar things, we see which one of these traits are in the people and how do they fit in, and then hopefully we take a decision that they can be great investors. So that's how we think.
Excellent. And so generally we also do a lot of trainings, right? So what we realize that when we train, we also tend to get people like you to train, because the kind of experience you have is also useful. So I think my perspective has been right now more practitioners' view is useful, because you have your scars on your back and you will tell the truth rather than a bookish knowledge. I think that's my practical view, that let's ensure that we go to the next set of people. They understand the facts as they are. They don't understand the case studies, what has happened in the US, Europe, and all. I think India is the background for doing most of the experimentation, and the market is really hot in terms of complexities. And I totally get that. Today, if you have to figure out what is happening, you have to read every day. RBI will get a new regulation out, and then something next will change, and some article will come in paper. I mean, today we are all under that. Lending related changes. I don't know what will happen. Every time I talk to a lender now, he comes back and saying, "Samir, give me a view what is happening." Then you have NUA coming up. So I think the flux is very high, and it's important that we read. So when you are training today, we have to read upfront as well. So every time I train, I said, "Oh, I have to refresh myself." So difficult, so difficult. So yeah, I think let's move to the next point. I mean, this is one perspective we have seen, that individually I've seen people looking at their learnability a lot. So in our trainings, they come, they join on their own, spend the weekends learning. But when it comes to corporate, I've seen that when corporates nominate their employees, there's definitely a resistance, right? We see, my company is, and so whenever we see our cohort and we see 50% of them coming from corporates, they tend to say no, not happy with this activity of learning. So how do you motivate your team? Maybe Raj, maybe from your perspective, how do you motivate your team to sort of learn new skills, because there is lack of adaptability at times? How do you sort of go through it?
So we don't hire them, Samir. So if there is no quest for learning, so there is no question that he would be in our team.
Okay, I think that's very, very, very straight and simple. But yeah, I think maybe it happens, and it has happened in our team that people are not learning. Maybe Anand, maybe any other thought process other than getting over with that guy?
So I agree with Raj, but that one has to be really lucky to get such and then such people But then that's where the corporate storytelling also helps, where the colleagues little older in the organization, a 5-year startup can't say we are decades old. But when people start sharing corporate learnings, the experiences and the scar on the back, what hit you during Demon, what hit during ILFS or during the Notebandi or Deshbandi. So that knowledge sharing, experience sharing helps a lot. And then there are so many friends in the industry, Samir, people like you who come and talk to our colleagues from a real life environment, what is happening. To train, I've been working with a couple of large multilateral bodies. The 900-page booklet is not good. To be able to depict things in a video and with a gamified testing mode is easy on everyone. Of course, it costs you a little bit, but there are things that you are able to. But I'm talking not of the colleagues alone. I'm talking of my retail partners, the 500,000 that we need to train and upskill them regularly. So it's not just my team who does this, what we do. It's my 500,000 retail partners who are helping the sachetized services to the nation. So helping build their morale, helping build their skill set, helping them get soft skills and capabilities to do digital transactions, because all of them are first to digital. Forget about first to lending. So the skill set required beyond the willingness to learn, I don't think there is anything else that surpasses the importance. The willingness to learn hai, to ho jata hai.
Okay.
And इसलिए Samir, like in our earlier company, we had a chief business officer who wasn't willing to go digital, who just wasn't willing, to learn. And, we realized, so we consulted him a couple of times. Then, we actually had, somebody who was very good in digital and also was a coach. We hired a coach for him. And then post that also, if things don't change, what do you do? So, we had to let him go, because we can't have an organization fail, because somebody is at a very senior position and then not wanting to learn. Okay. Yeah. And it also matters, when they see their founder or they see their, MD, like posting all kind of information, learning, showing a lot of participation, right? And they will typically follow the leader. So all the colleagues who are there, they are our partners for fostering growth, right? And, we explain to them that if you don't learn, what will happen to you? Right. And we come across certain people who have certain resistance to particular skills. Like, for example, a product guy will say, I don't have anything to do with tech. I just hate coding. Okay. Of course, you hate coding is beautiful, right? But the point is, how will you understand the tech guy's problem, if you are not able to, explain the BRD to him? He says, I don't care. There are like those cases which come up, right? Which are basically more adaptability issues than learning issues. So those things we have to handle. We have to get coaches in, we have to get, experts, subject matter experts, and sometimes we have to get behavioral coaches, okay, who will come in, explain, why a certain guy is behaving in that. But you have to make sure that all the big screws, have that ability to learn and fit in wherever required. If the big screws are not willing to fit in, then the organization will have a lot of issues. And this has been, from my past experience, when I hired an auto driver, this was about, 2001, and I was traveling in an auto, and, I got speaking to the auto guy. I told him, how much do you make? I made an offer to him, right in that auto. Okay. He said, 100 rupees per day, main banata hun, sir. I said, okay, I'll give you 3,000 rupees and Sundays are free. Those days we used to work on Saturdays. And, believe me, this guy in 11 years became the general manager supply chain. Okay. With a salary of about, 1.5 lakhs a month, from 3,000 rupees a month. Okay. So the question is, but, where would you find such heroes here? Very difficult. उनको ढूंढने के लिए जोहरी चाहिए, जोहरी के पास टाइम नहीं है, तो कहाँ ढूंढेंगे, right? कहाँ मिलेगा? So that is why it is very, very important that, follow the rule 3-2-1-0. If you hire 6 people, 3 will automatically go, 2 you will remove, 1 will remain with you, who will eventually become 0.
Okay.
So this philosophy we have to put in here, and this is an everyday battle, right? This is a battle which you have to fight every day. Talent is scarce, Intelligence is scarce, logic is scarce, but we have a huge population. Huge मतलब huge, लेकिन उनकी deployability एक बहुत बड़ा concern है आज की डेट में. And that is where we are all struggling to find कैसे कोई एक ऐसा how do you call that Rubik's cube बनाया जाए कि ऐसे खेले वैसे खेले ये खेले और finally the Rubik's cube is solved, right? So that is the what you call the puzzle hunter. We are all trying to figure out, okay, in this world, and all my fellow entrepreneurs or they're all figuring this out. Okay, in fact, if you go a little bit deeper, you will realize that you picked somebody for X skill and you realize that he is phenomenal in Y skill, right? And then you don't know what to do with that guy because he's so good at Y and you have put him in X. So these are like everyday, fires which you have to understand, which you have to literally play with and live with, and keep improving ultimately what matters is how are you improving the organization. So we have a program called Raise the Bar. Every guy who goes out of the company, the new guy who is coming into the company has to be better than the old guy, right? So you put up programs like Raise the Bar, you put up, मुझे कई बार डर लगता है कि कहीं ये मेरे को kick out ना कर दें. But I'll be happy the day they kick me out.
Excellent. In fact, just to give you a quick background, so when I started my entrepreneurship journey 4 years back, so the first idea I had was to take a training on fintech, and I realized there was no training, nothing was available. So we ended up creating ourselves the first set of training in India, and then the content started, and we did long-term programs on all of that, and then fintech became a normal thing, right? Everybody knows fintech now, a bit of it here. Then we got into open banking, and then again got deep into it. And then we realized that there's more to it, right? So every day we do a course, every time we do a 2 months, even down the line, some course, things change, right? Digital lending is now what used to be 2 years back. Today, everything is different, right? So I think the pace is different. And one more piece we have realized, so we're trying to construct a new program, which is on fintech, open banking. One thing which we realized, and this is a long-term program, 4-month program, we realized that entrepreneurship is missing. I think we get people who are working more on the salary side and less on the entrepreneurship side. So this time we have added. So I wanted to specifically ask this question, that what's the need of, because this is in the fintech ecosystem, you guys are leading the organization. What's the need, for example, you hire a tier 2 leader, or maybe top management guy, or maybe middle layer. What is the need for entrepreneurship in that structure? How much do you see, if you see entrepreneur to be sitting at the tier 2, tier 3 level, not at the top management only? And since we have last few minutes left, I just keep it very short, and then we'll sort of come to a closure statement. So maybe we'll start with Hero from your side, because you are more on the investor side, and we are looking at the teams. You look at one entrepreneur, below that all employees. How does it feel, and how do you help?
It's considering how fast the technology is moving, considering how fast the regulation is changing, considering how fast the form factor, handheld device, everything is changing so much. You don't need to have, if only the top level management is the entrepreneur and nobody else below them is like that, it's very difficult to get things speed up, have the agenda. So everybody has to have the similar mindset, similar goal to drive the ship in the right direction. Everybody has to be curious enough to solve the problem at fastest possible pace. So I think all these traits that we discussed, like critical thinking, ability to learn, unlearn, see landscape changing and change with it, if you don't have any wind in your sails and wind is coming from other direction, change your tack and, go and capture that wind. Having all those traits are very important in middle layer management. And I can give you example, not from our industry, but let's take the example from IT services industry. There used to be people who used to be mid-level project manager. They stayed there, did very well. And in last few years, when digital came, business models moved from lift and shift to all these new digital technology. They used to call it smack stack and all those things. And people who were not able to adapt and change, they were nowhere. They have to leave. They have to get reskilled, or companies that didn't innovate and they couldn't hire people, or they didn't have the culture of training these people, they got left behind. And companies that stayed on forefront kept on executing and went ahead. So it's the nature of the industry. It's nature of the business. You have to be entrepreneurial at every single level, in my view.
maybe quick closure comments from your side, Anand and Raj. Anand, first you.
Entrepreneurship can't be taught. I would agree. These are attributes by throwing them into the water and showing the bread on the other side. Probably the hunger to go and grasp it. The objective and purpose alignment also helps create entrepreneurs, if I may submit, Samir. But I believe also the ESOPs, the ownership is important. The sense of purpose and sense of ownership. These two things certainly help people become entrepreneurs. And we see this, we live by it.
And Raj, I think you have been sort of.
What I feel is that, not everybody needs to be entrepreneur, right? And the entrepreneurial skills, are not really required with every function. So, horses for the courses is how we should do. And depending on, what particular function it is, okay, you don't want, let's say a data analyst to be very entrepreneurial, okay, because you're supposed to do, you don't want a quant guy, for example, right? Somebody is, we have like a couple of guys on the stats and, on math side. We don't want them to be too entrepreneurial in terms because, they will play around with modeling. Playing around with the model is fantastic. But then, there are certain skills where you really want strong guys, with tremendous ability to deep dive into that particular function. So I would say largely, if we have the top management team, which is, entrepreneurial, and then also the culture of entrepreneurship flows through, while balancing the stability act. Too many entrepreneurs means they don't want to log in. They don't want to, they say, today I won't work because I don't feel like, right? So all those things you have to balance. While all of us understand and know that, entrepreneurship, we mean it in the sense of, they're doing their work, with full shiddat is what I would say.
Thank you, Raj. In fact, you said that on any day you think that I will not log in because you're an entrepreneur. I think entrepreneur logs in every day, every night. I think if I were to send a message to any one of you, I'm sure you'll respond back late at night, which is what happened the other day. I was trying to get you on board. So I think, and then I also believe that those who say that you burn out when you work hard, I think that is also strange if you are passionate. So I think we work on Sundays as well. All of us do. So I think with this we close. Thank you for this great session. I think in the whole interest of listening, I was actually not really tracking the time. I just got a message that the time is over. But I loved the whole interaction. Thank you, Hero. Thank you, Raj.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hero.
Thank you, Samir.
Thank you very much.
But just to close, Samir, I would say that every rocket needs a fire. And not all rockets, every part of the rocket reaches the moon. There are burnouts. So it's all part of the game.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you. Pleasure meeting you, Hero.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much to all of our speakers for such an engaging conversation. And that brings us to our final session at FinTERACT 2021. This session on mentoring promises to be the perfect grand finale to these 3 days of knowledge sharing, brainstorming, and ideating. Speaking to us on the belief framework in mentoring, we have with us Mr. Arun Jain. Mr. Jain is the founder of Polaris Group and Chairman and Managing Director of Intellect Design Arena Limited, the world's first full-spectrum banking and insurance technology products company. Intellect powers over 240 leading global banks and financial institutions. Mr. Jain commenced his entrepreneurial journey by setting up Nucleus Software Workshop in 1986, Polaris Software in 1993, and Intellect in 2011. As an evangelist of design thinking, his brainchild, FinTech 8012, the world's first design center at Chennai dedicated to financial technology, came into being. An avid design practitioner, Mr. Jain also evangelizes design thinking through public workshops branded as Unmukt. It is a one-of-its-kind flagship workshop where participants explore and immerse in design thinking. With the constant drive to better the community around him, he instituted Mission Samriddhi, a social impact enterprise dedicated to holistic human development in India through the unique philosophy of celebrate, connect, catalyze. Ullas Trust, a social impact organization working towards igniting less privileged young minds into realizing their true potential, and the School of Design Thinking, focusing on shaping thinking of young minds and professionals through the Design the Thinking philosophy. Mr. Jain has been nominated as the chairperson of the Board of Governors of the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Ranchi, by the Honorable President of India. He is entrusted with the responsibility of the Chief Mentor of the FinTech Center for Excellence at STPI-Chennai. He is the beneficiary of multiple awards and accolades, including the Dronacharya Award 2019 from TiCon Chennai, the Lifetime Achievement Award by CII, and For the Sake of Honor Award by the Rotary Club, amongst others.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I again welcome you to the last session of the FinTERACT 2021. I hope you enjoyed all the sessions so far, and we had able to get the wonderful global FinTech leaders in this conference. I'm here with again one more global leader, global FinTech leader, who will be talking in the mentorship and the training framework through Belief. And it's a proud privilege for me to welcome Shri Arun Jain, who is the chairman and the CEO Intellect Design Arena, and who was the founded Polaris. He's an evangelist, design thinker. He has FinTech 8012, the world's first design center for financial institution, was his brainchild. He is an avid practitioner of design thinking through public workshop. He has branded as Unmukt. With a constant drive to better the community around him, he instituted Mission Samriddhi, a social impact enterprise dedicated to holistic human development in India through the unique philosophy of calibrate, connect, catalyze. He's also started a unique initiative called Startup Nukkad for budding entrepreneurs to understand their purpose and mentor their curiosity. It was befitting for the personality for Shri Arun Jain that he has been nominated as the chief mentor of the Center of Excellence being set up at STPI Chennai in FinTech by the Government of India, MITI, and the Government of Tamil Nadu together. He is also the governing council of the member of the STPI and a member in the advisory council of the TechNest, an incubation facility which is being provided by the STPI. It's a proud privilege for me to welcome you, sir, and I would request you to give your keynote address on mentorship and training through Belief framework. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi, for such a long introduction. I think I'm just Arun Jain, and must thank MITI, thank Tamil Nadu for organizing such an event of building an ecosystem of FinTech players in the country. It's a great initiative by them to look at it, that how corporate, how startups, how government, all three pillars can work together to create a unique value proposition for the nation. Now, to start my address, let me just first say what is startup. Startup is in any organization which converts an idea to the impact. It starts with some idea or observation or observing some pain of the human or the system, and then provides a solution to the stated or even unstated pain which customer may be perceiving it. The startup can be put into three different stages. I'll use a color metaphor for defining the three stages of startup. First stage is when startup is connecting between desirability to feasibility. I call it purple island of startup. Second stage of startup is a blue island, when feasibility is established and we need to justify into the viability of the startup. And third is, once it becomes viable, it needs a scalability, and that I call it a green land. It's landing on the green land where it can organically grow and grow further. Now let's define the purpose of any startup ecosystem is to move from startup to business. then the definition of business need to be articulated. A business is an organization which drives repeatable, predictable, and profitable growth and take care of all its stakeholders, whether it's employees, customers, and investors. If you imagine business as a cuboid has 6 faces. And normally we define capital in terms of finance capital. Now, I believe the business has got 6 capitals. First capital is called brand capital. Second capital is called end customer capital. Third capital is the team, the leadership team is called leadership capital. Fourth is my IP product differentiation capital, which I call IP capital. Fifth is called operations and execution capital, how you deliver the promise which you're making to the customer. And sixth is called finance capital, where you manage how your accounts, funding, everything gets managed under the finance capital. If you just pick up the keywords of each capital, B from brand, E from end customer, L from leadership, I from IP, E from execution, and F for finance capital, it makes it belief. And I think that is the belief framework of mentorship, because any startup needs all the 6 capital to be there to drive a consistent output. Just a simple exercise. I'll ask a question to you. There's a 1-inch cuboid. If it becomes 3-inch cuboid, what will be the volume growth of the cuboid? Is it 6 times? Is it 9 times? The answer is 27 times. When the all 6 capital work in unison, that's where the magic of startup happens, because the capital multiplies 27 times. Now the third definition which I need to look at it, who is mentor and what is mentorship and training? A mentor is the one who lends his hand to you for helping you to cross the bridge between the startup and the business. So your end objective is to become a repeatable business, sustainable business, and your starting point is startup. A person who connects that bridge is called a mentor. He is the one who provides you a torchlight during your dark nights for crossing over the bridge. Because journey of an entrepreneur is embedded with few bright mornings, but a lot of dark nights are associated with him. This journey of startup to business has to come from 3 different islands, from purple island to blue island to green island. Let me connect these 3 islands to the design thinking definition of IDEO. First definition of IDEO is human desirability, technology feasibility, and business viability. 3 circles need to intersect. You must have seen this diagram. The centerpiece is called experience. When it becomes experience, then it becomes design thinking. And that's where I will like to connect the 3 stages of startup. The second definition of design thinking, which is there's a book on design of business, which is written by Roger Martin on how do you scale the business. He defines design thinking as moving from mystery to heuristics and to algorithm. When systems become algorithmic, then it becomes self-sustainable, self-repeatable, and that's the objective of any scalable business. The purple island is where desirability meets feasibility. At this stage, entrepreneur has some thesis or idea which he believes can help prospective customers to improve their business, provide more convenience, or reduce operational cost. He has to add 3 ways, either to the customer growth or customer convenience or operational cost reduction. He also knows technology, which can be defined in a Oxford Webster it's a techniques, tools, systems, hardware and software, all technologies which comes together that makes it any idea to a feasibility stage. Let's call this mentor who help the startup at this stage called Purple Mentor. I'm defining the word Purple Mentor, the mentor who helps to connect the dots between desirability and feasibility. The core competencies of the Purple Mentor should be to understand the ecosystem of prospective customers to whom the solution is targeted or end customers for which solution is targeted, so that he can help entrepreneur to understand stated and unstated pain or needs of the customers. So he has to have a lot of empathy to understand the customer better. And then he also needs to navigate well that how is the right technology is there for solving this. Not it's right, it has to be appropriate technology because cost is important for differentiation for the startup. In both the situation, Purple Mentor has to deeply listen to startup teams, then identify 1,000-gram impact item. I call first law of design thinking is spotting the difference between 1,000-gram, 100-gram, and 10-gram impact items. So he should be able to identify 1,000-gram items versus 10-gram items. This process, he runs through the multiple design dialogues with the startup teams. I recommend he can use a 5-step process of design thinking to go through the landscape cartographic mapping, detective mapping, asking the right question, divergence and convergence and brainstorming sessions in some open white spaces. The Purple Mentor has to spend multiple workshops with the startup teams and then create 2 or 3 cycles of prototypes before it becomes ideally a prototype solution which is there. In startup terms, Purple Island is connected to angel funding because this phase, when desirability and feasibility is getting established, you need some funding, which we call angel funding. The output of the Purple Island is building a product capital, which I call IP capital. So your product is well defined and IP capital is developed. And then I have tested the thesis with 1, 2, or 3 customers. So I start building the customer capital of the belief system. Once a startup cross over the bridge, Purple Bridge or Purple Mentor helps him to cross the bridge, we land up into Blue Island. It's time to connect feasibility to viability. Because by this time, I know what is the benefit customer is driving, how the technology is supporting it afterwards. So over here, I'm introducing a Blue Mentor. The competency of the Blue Mentor, which is expected from him, are to understand the uniqueness of the solution in terms of what is benefiting the customer in quantitative terms, in area of convenience or his business growth or in efficiency area. Blue, second point he needs to have competency is he needs to help startup team design customer benefit storyboard. What does it mean, customer benefit storyboard? What does it mean? You take one whiteboard or take a Jamboard on Google, start putting all the benefit which you are believing it will solve the customer problem. A lot of time, startup I have seen, they add 5 values, 10 values into the system, but put all of them. Now, first is to facilitate him to design a customer benefit storyboard. Then next stage is Blue Mentor helps the startup to draw. Similarly, you take a second whiteboard, put a competitor benefit board because somebody in the world would be providing and solving the same problem. So put it a second whiteboard where competitor benefit storyboard is created. Now you have 2 storyboard, your own startup storyboard and competitor storyboard. Then the Blue Mentor has to help in designing the value proposition story in very sharp language. What is sharp language means? I can give a lecture for 20 minutes, but if I have to speak only for headline, which may be 10 words, I should be able to give a value proposition on ice cream stick. So I suggest in design thinking, take an ice cream stick and write the value proposition there. So mentor should help them to consolidate the right words to call the value proposition. Then the Blue Island, a Blue mentor, which works with them in a Blue Island, he needs to understand the price benefit equation very, very well. So he has to help startup teams to connect price and benefit equation better. And then they have to test the pricing in multiple cycles with the end customer for the customer acceptance. So these are 5 skills which Blue mentor needs to have. The startup typically stays on Blue Island from 12 months to 36 months, depending on the nature of the business. If it is a cloud business, it can be shorter cycles, but if it's enterprise business, it takes 36 months in a Blue Island where feasibility and viabilities are there. So don't be anxious that you can come out of the Blue Island very quickly. The output of the Blue Island can be measured in terms of brand capital, because your marketing message will get set up, your brand will get set up. Customer capital, you will move to at least 10 to 50 customers in this stage. Your IP capital will get further refined, and you start creating your execution capital. And then you will have some profitability or operational profitability for during this phase. So your finance capital also get addressed. This is in typical startup ecosystem, we call it Series A funding. This Series A funding is required for sustaining a Blue Island, and Blue mentor has to support that. So while angel mentor gets you angel funding, while Blue mentor gets you Series A funding and utilization Series A funding in a better manner. With quantitative customer between 10 to 50 customer with high customer adaptation and acceptance, it's time to land on a green land. This is a time when all aspire startup to land on a green land. And here we need a green mentor. So purple mentor, blue mentor, now I'm talking about green mentor. His competencies are different. His role is to design the repeatable, predictable, and profitable growth business. At this point of time, investor is looking for growth as well as predictability. For this, what he has need to done? We need to go to Carl Rogers to see the design of the business, which is about mystery of the business. Over here, major design element comes where each design element has to convert mystery to heuristics and then to algorithm. The first thing is design mentor needs to help the startup is designing the organization design. What should the critical role, what should the competency, help in hiring the organization team or leadership team during the green mentor has to do. Second is he has to understand current operations and try to remove mystery for repeatable business. So he has to do the operations design and repeatable execution. The third thing he needs to do is design the voice of customer systems or help design the system. He also needs to help in design distribution and marketing systems. And finally, he needs to create a harmony among the team members and the new team members, or creating a governance board structure, whether signing up a new board members, all are required at this stage. So green mentorship is a continuous process after that, and it takes multiple design cycles with the operating teams. Each cycle, I would suggest, it can be run by like a sprints of 12 weeks to 24 weeks of improvement. And that's what we do it at Intellect. To summarize, we need a very vibrant mentor system having for successful startup ecosystem. the common behavior trait among purple, blue, and green mentors can be clearly identified, which are common across all the three mentorships. But I'll just touch upon, before jumping to the characteristics, I like to highlight that when I see various startup system in my journey, I started Nucleus way back in '86, then started Polaris in 1993, then Intellect sometime in 2014. In all the three phases, some of the things which are there is my own ability to learn or not learn. A lot of time as a mentee, I am not ready to learn, or I'm not ready to accept, because at a young entrepreneur, you believe, or I used to believe, that I know it all. But in many point of time, I use various mentors. In purple stage, I use one of the mentor, Prasad Kaipa, who challenged me on what my belief systems are. During the blue mentor stage, I did a mentoring. I got a mentorship from Anil Sachdeva. And to the green mentorship, I have another coach and the mentors which are available, and sounding board which are available. So there is a concept of mentors, coach, and advisor. So one has to be clear that these three roles are very different. Mentorship is the three mentorship I defined: purple, blue, and green. Coach is somebody who helps you personally to move forward as an entrepreneur. He understands your doubts, he understands your conflicts, he understands your anger, he understands your fears, he understands your ego, he understands your limiting beliefs, he understands your vulnerabilities, and he understands that you need appreciation. So these 8 values we call decaf: doubt, conflict, anger, fear, and ego. And 3 elements: vulnerability, appreciation, and limiting beliefs. These 8 elements, coach has to help you to drive that. And third category, which we call in startup ecosystem loosely, we interchange, but it's a different meaning, called advisor. What is the role of advisor? Advisor is a person who is expert in his field. He's like a surgeon in medical vocabulary. He has expertise in the areas of each capital. He can be expert in brand capital, so he should be marketing guru. He would have run the marketing system. So those are the advisors. He may be customer capital, they could be advisor. They could be advisor for human resource practices, what you want to implement for leadership capability building. They should be advisor in product or IP and technology advisors. They could be operational advisors. They could be consulting companies for that matter. And there's the finance advisors who will help to raise the fund. So these are called advisors. So mentor, coaches, and advisors are 3 different purposes. There may be possibility that you may have 2 or 3 people which may serve and they play the multiple roles. You are lucky, because sometimes competency, you can find a lot of competency in 1 or 2 persons if they've gone through the complete life cycle. Otherwise, you need to choose among all these players differently. So just summarizing it, I'm saying we need to build up business cube, which consists of brand capital, around marketing, around sales system. It needs to understand customer as a capital, because customer is a salesperson for you, because he resell your product. In modern digital vocabulary, it's a word of mouth sale, it's a customer sale. Have you seen who is a salesperson of Facebook? It is, I am the salesperson of Facebook, because I recommend somebody else to sell Facebook there. Then leadership capital, how the structures could be there, what is the stock option plans are there on the leadership. Then your IP capital, how your technologies are there, how your differentiation you are creating in the system, what technologies are you using. Execution capital is a 5th element, and 6th is the finance capital. So all the 6 elements, which is called belief, and that's what I say, each startup has to have a belief what he wants to do in next 5 years. When you're committing to this, you should commit your 10 years for the startup system rather than saying 3 years time or 5 years time of value creation. value gets created in third cycle of it requires a lot of patience business. On the training, I'll take some few minutes on training. Training can be done by the advisors. Experts can give you a training. So STPI, FinBlue conducts multiple sessions on the training. Training can be around each capital area, and we'll be conducting those training sessions. They could be a startup. Universities are there, which can help the program around all the 6 capital, because the entrepreneur has to juggle all the 6 balls. So I would say if you have 2 or 3 partners in a startup and with a complementary skills, the 2 capital each, the chances of success are higher. And then you need to look at the purple, blue, and green mentors. And common characteristics of a mentor which can be available is he should understand the intellectual and emotional psychology of the entrepreneur. He should understand the core incompetency of the startup members, not core competency. I'm saying core incompetency of the startup team members, because each one of us have a core incompetency and he needs to understand that, besides understanding my core competencies. He needs to be deep listening with interruption and judgments. He should frame the right questions at appropriate time to help startup teams to think better. Framing of the question should be his core competency. Connecting the entrepreneur with a new knowledge. New knowledge can come from some articles from various areas, or he can connect with experts, or he can connect with advisors, or he can connect with some funding organizations. And he can help the startup to spot what is 1,000 gram for them, which is the first law. Second law is he helped them to move the journey from 98% to 99.9%. I say in design thinking law, second law, last 2% is 200%. And third law of design thinking is less is more. So he helps in keeping the team true to all the 3 laws of design thinking. And that is a role which can play and reduce the chances of failure and improve the chances of success of a startup ecosystem. And in a startup ecosystem in FinBlue, in FinTERACT, in Tamil Nadu, we would like to look at it. A lot of people who can be purple mentors, who can be blue mentors, and who could be green mentors. And we would like to invite all of you in that session. Thank you very much for listening to me patiently.
Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful keynote address on the mentorship and the training through belief. How nicely you have inculcated all the design thinking model, all the 5 design thinking model principles of empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test into this belief framework. And you have spoken about the purple island, purple mentor, blue mentor, and the green mentor. And in the journey of a startup, when he is a startup and then he has to transit to a business space, how he has to nurture his 6th capital, which is there into the belief framework. You have very nicely explained that, sir. And we are very thankful that you have appreciated the effort of the government of India and the government of Tamil Nadu for initiating this FinBlue program in a very collaborative environment. And probably besides this, the success of the India stack, which has also been developed in a very collaborative environment with the industry and the government, this is probably the second one, which is one of the most successful collaboration of the government and the industry, where chief mentor like you are heading us and taking us forward. So I would like to ask a few questions, sir, regarding this session. And the first thing which is prompting me to ask, when you told me purple mentor, blue mentor, and green mentor, then my question is, sir, how do you build this mentorship network of the purple, blue, and the green mentors?
I think in Chennai or in Tamil Nadu, we have a lot of purple mentors, because a lot of professors, a lot of incubators, they know the technology very, very well, and they know the customer very, very well. So they have a conceptual, very good clarity. And that's where we can bring a lot of purple mentor from educational institution or some sensitive organization, which is customer sensitive organization, some social schools also who can bring a customer sensitivity. We need to bring some people from liberal arts college like Kriya University, which is coming up. So the professor from there, we can bring it as a purple mentors. Blue mentors are slightly more difficult to find because they have to connect feasibility to viability. And there you need a lot of marketing expert who are closer to the customer. So some of the marketing organization people who are in the marketing can act as a blue mentors. And green mentors, a lot of corporate leaders in IT industry or fintech industry or banking industry who have grown their, scaled up their business. When TCS was a small organization, Infosys was a small organization, or Polaris was a small organization, and they helped them grow 10 times. Those are my green mentors. So I think Tamil Nadu has a very healthy mix of all the mentors, and we can bring it and introduce to the fintech players at appropriate times.
Yes, sir. And as far as the startup is concerned, who's actually the mentee, and their requirement of growth, their requirement of the business is different. So we have to match their requirement, with the mentor. So how can we help them in self-matching, self-matching with the mentor? Whether it is good for them to, we should allow them to self-match with the mentor, whether that is more fruitful, or we should, introduce them mentor as per their requirement, after understanding that.
I think mentorship is a very serious commitment for success of the mentee. And similarly for mentee, when I'm a 25-year-old guy, I may not be ready for the mentorship. So sometimes I need to be prepared myself to be mentorship because I don't listen to my father in my home. So how do I listen to anybody else in the system? So between 25 to 35 years of age, you feel that you can solve all your problems yourself. So if mentee is not willing to accept, I think mentors may not be able to help him in doing it. But we need to connect them. We need to show the path that how mentorship can help in changing and shaping the thinking and removing the blind spot for him. All of us, when we are driving on a road, there may be some blind spot. Even in the car, we have a blind spot on the left corner, right corner of the car where we don't see the complete view of it. So we have those blind spots. So mentor helps in removing those blind spots. But that can be done only by building a trust, by having some events, by talking to each other. They will build the confidence and people will share with it. So this networking culture has to come where people in the FinBlue system or FinTERACT system are willing to commit their commitment of next 2 years for one organization, whether they want to, I would say 18 months for purple mentorship, 18 months for blue mentorship, 18 months for green mentorship. At least that much commitment is required. And for that, you need to have systems where every month you are meeting or every 2 months you are meeting with a face-to-face, 4 hours, 8 hours, 2 days, that kind of a time you need to spend.
Yeah, absolutely right, sir. I mean, you have rightly said that there is an age for the mentee, and there is an age for the mentor also, and it should match with each other. Probably we are habitual of listening to our elders, so there has to be that thing also should be factored in. But once again, I'm coming back to the matching through the mentoring platform. Do you see in future that there will be a mentorship platform where we will be using artificial intelligence for matching a mentor from the mentee?
Yeah, personally, I don't believe that it's that. It's not a matchmaking like Shadi.com or it's a very, very big commitment. But LinkedIn is a very, very good tool where we understand the psychology of each other. We read about what everybody is publishing, and one can take their mentors and read their LinkedIn messages, what type of messages, whether you're fitting into the similar amount of psychology. So those tools will be useful. LinkedIn tools, social media tools will be available to choose the right mentor and request for the right mentorship. But AI can be there, but I think it's for high volume processing, you can do it. I don't think in a startup system, but good idea, Dr. Tyagi.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And moreover, sir, the mentorship is, as you said, that it is a continuous engagement with the mentee, and there should be certain duration. And most of the time, a mentor feel that it is a one-time job and they were spoken to them. So what do you think, what is the follow-up time with the mentee the mentorship, the minimum follow-up time with the mentee, which this mentor should follow up with them?
It depends on early stages. When you are establishing a relationship, some design workshops to be done, like I'm saying, desirability, feasibility, that stage. You may need a closer interaction every once in 3 weeks kind of interaction, or maybe intense interaction for 2-day workshops or 3-day workshop, because the clarity is not there. You may have to do prototype didn't work, feedback doesn't come in on prototype. So that time, a monthly frequency is much better for purple mentor. For blue mentor, it could be once in a 45 days, twice a quarter could be there. And green mentor can be once in 2 months kind of a thing is required, because less than 2 months time, one cannot show the results of the inputs given to him.
Yes, absolutely, sir. The purple island, the requirement of the purple, when the startup in the purple island is different, when he's in the blue island, it is different. And when he's a green island, the requirement is different. But I think the easiest job of the mentor is in the green island, when he has to only advise and focus in some critical areas and provide the guidance to the startup ecosystem. I think, sir, then the next question is that how to, recognize mentors. This is a very important thing that, it is very difficult to identify a mentor, whether everybody have this trait of mentorship. They may be very successful in their field, but what are those traits which one mentor should have? What are those capabilities one mentor should have, and by easily which we can recognize them?
Yeah, I think mentor needs two kind of recognition, because they have achieved a lot of things in their life, so they may not be looking for just financial alone. Some people may be looking for financial, which can be given in the form of some equity options which startup has, because as of now, I'm saying 100% of grape versus a small slice of a watermelon. So starting the sharing of startup is important. Getting a pool of the stock option is possible. So one recognition is the recognition of the effort mentor is putting, which is more emotional, personal acknowledgement. Second is around the financial, which is around the stock options, which can be there, which can be given to the mentor. Third is as an industry, we need to celebrate mentors. We need to celebrate them on a common platform, and some sort of at a state level, we celebrate startups. We never celebrate mentors. Maybe we can have a reward for the STPI, or government can reward mentors who is the mentor of the year.
Absolutely, sir. It's a very good suggestion, and you are our chief mentor and the chief advisor in our incubation program as well. So it is coming from you, and it will be taken up to the competent authorities. And I hope this is a very good idea to recognize the mentor also. And that is how we can have a very good database of, and probably we can, we can do this indexing, which we are doing for the startup also.
Yeah.
We can say that they are the purple, blue, and the green mentors with us. So this type of indexing, with that we can actually, recognize the role of the mentorship. I'm coming, coming down to the last discussion which you have had about the training, and you said with all the 6 capital which is required for doing the business, wherein a startup need to learn a lot, and we have to probably in his purple period we have to create a lot of workshop and training program for him. So what do you think, sir? What specific workshops we should organize for training for these startups when they are migrating from startup to the business environment, from purple to probably blue island, and and what should be the timeline for that?
I think this has to be small doses, because entrepreneur is too busy in his problem solving. He doesn't have too much time. Maybe there could be interception of purple entrepreneurs. So first we need to identify good trainers good in marketing. So in ecosystem, we say that these are 5 good marketing. These are 5 in customer, they are 5 in leadership. So if we have those 6 capital based 30 advisors or experts which are there who can do a training program, or we can use IIM Ahmedabad professors or IIM Bangalore professors to conduct this training. And we can have a 3-day capsule on marketing, or 3-day capsule on customer capital, or 3-day capsule on HR. Each could be 4 hours each. 3 days for 4 hours each on Zoom can be a good cycle for training, and these certified programs can be given some credit points, and we can give it at a very low price, or it could be subsidized and funded by STPI or some corporate to give to them. But the seriousness of the entrepreneur is important. That's why some cost, if he pays from his pocket, because learning is the most critical piece in entrepreneur journey. He has to pay some portion of it, but a lot of it can be subsidized. But it has to be high quality. First of all, it should not be just for the sake of doing it.
Sir, thank you, sir. And the last question which I would like to ask you about this the startup ecosystem. If you identified 5 things which should always be there in the startup ecosystem, and you have to tell me in the order of 1,000 gram, 500 gram, and 250 gram and 100 gram order, and what is that last 2% which is 200%, sir, in a startup ecosystem?
I think in startups, first 1,000 gram item is a diversity in the culture. So as of now, few cities are more diverse than other cities. Silicon Valley is more different than the New York, Chicago. They have a more common American culture, while Silicon Valley is a more diverse culture. So diversity is a critical piece for the good ecosystem to be there. Then we need to have all the 6 pillars of startup ecosystem, which FinBlue we are talking about, which starting from buyer ecosystem to the funding ecosystem, to the benchmarking ecosystem, technology innovation systems, and the government support systems. All are required as a part of the 6 pillars are required part of the building a good ecosystem. And then we need a few success stories. 1,000 gram item is we need a 4 or 5 bright stars. We have quite a few in Chennai, quite a few in India where unicorns are there. Those unicorns provide a guiding light to all the other startups to come in. And what success the investor has made in those, that money flows back to the new experimentation and new discovery of the startups. So success is important. Few successes are important in a startup ecosystem.
I'm still waiting for last 2%, sir.
Last 2% is a patience. Last 2% is a lot of hard work. Hard work is the last 2%. You have to do multiple cycles and you have patience. Huge amount of patience. Like when Intellect, when we are doing it, when we invested 1,200 crore in our building a R&D, we have invested 1,700 crore in last 5 years for just marketing and sales. It requires for global level of excellence, you need a huge hard work. We have close to 1,000 people R&D, which is working day in, day out for various systems to build up. So it's a thankless job in first 6-7 years. You have to put your heads down to get last 2% to 200%. We are now close to 99.5, 99.6%, still 0.4% to go forward to drive the change. But we are better off with 99.5% better than many other global companies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think you have answered my all questions, and it was a very, very academic session for me. I have learned the nuances of the entrepreneurship and how to move forward. Though it is not simple, you had the different mentors at the different age, at the different time of your business. You had a mentor at the time of the purple zone. When you have moved to the blue zone, you have gone to the Mr. Anil Sachdeva have mentored you. And then there is another advisors which have advised you in the green island. And I hope you are standing there strong in the green island for a very long time. And we wish that you be there for a long time. And we are very proud to have you our chief mentor in the FinBlue, sir. And we will always be working with you to achieve that last 2%, which is 200% for the FinBlue. Thank you very much for joining this session, sir.
Thank you for organizing this event and inviting me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. Arun Jain and Mr. Sanjay Tyagi for perfectly setting the tone for the path forward. That brings us to the end of FinTERACT 2021, presented to you by FinBlue, a fintech center of excellence by STPI, and ELCOT, adding value through IT. This conference is hosted in partnership with STPI-Chennai. Our thanks to our sponsors Oasis and K7 Computing. Pleasure having you join us for these last 3 evenings, and we hope you enjoyed the discussions and conversations that have filled these last few days. We hope to keep this conversation alive going forward and work together to build a dynamic fintech ecosystem. Until we meet again, this is Yashaswini signing off on behalf of FinTERACT 2021. Thank you and good night.